So then we can start. Hello, welcome. This is a tutorial on BGP security delivered by me. My name is Ondřej Caletka. I work for Ripen CC, Learning and Development, and I have a special guest here, which is Massimiliano Stucchi.
No, I'm a he. She. Good morning, everyone. If you look at the agenda, the name on the agenda was different. It was Natalie. Fortunately, Natalie couldn't make it, so I jumped in, and so bear with me because this is material that I'm comfortable with, but some part of it is new, and I haven't had a long time to look at it. So bear with me while presenting. So before we start, a little bit of introduction of the agenda, what we're going to see today. We're going to talk about, have an introduction about BGP in general. We're going to look at how to create ROAs, the basic function for routing security, the basic data. Then we're going to see how you can deploy RPKI validators. And the idea is that Ondřej today is going to guide you through installing validators and configuring them. And then we're going to see how you can use these validators to run validation. And again, Ondřej will be your guide today for that. So let's take a quick step into BGP. BGP started a long time ago as a very simple protocol, and it stays in between networks. It gives us the way to tell other networks to tell other ASNs, autonomous systems, what our networks are, how to reach our prefixes. So you set up a BGP session, you tell the other network, I have this, I have these IP addresses, in this case 213/8, looks like in this case. And then the reply you get from network A is, these are my networks. So it's all nice and simple, but it carries a series of issues because when you establish a BGP session, when you receive, these are called updates. When you receive an update, you need to figure out a way to trust that that update is real, that the addresses that you see being announced belong to the entity that's announcing them. So you have to ask your question, can I trust these other entity? Can we trust each other? Do we have a way to trust what we see on the network? So in this case, there is the Internet Routing Registry. This is the first building block. And with the Internet Routing Registry, I'm able to answer this question. I'm seeing these BGP announcements. Does it belong to the entity that's announcing it? Can I do an external check, I figure out if that is the case, and then if that is the case, I go ahead and install this route in my routing table. There you go. And the same can do network B. Figure out, yes, this answers my question. But there is a problem. We have the RIPE database here in the RIPE region. We can trust the RIPE database because the same entity who runs the Internet Routing Registry runs the other part of the registry. So they know who is the holder of these IP addresses, and they grant access to create this information only to that entity. In other parts of the world, not so much. So we have this question. Is the Internet Routing Registry enough for routing security? Who says yes? Can you raise your hand or not? Who says no? And you wouldn't be here if you were to answer yes. So how do we do this? We have a problem. We have a problem we have to fix. The problem is we cannot trust all the data we see in the IRR. One example, it was also last week, there was a cleanup of the Internet Routing Registry from ARIN that deleted a part of that data that was already considered obsolete, should not have been there, but that created a series of other issues where some networks ran the risk of being taken out of the global routing table, because if you trust the IRR data, you see that that's a malicious announcement, you block it, you don't propagate it, blah, blah, blah. But that is a problem that we created with the whole IRR system. So we have this problem with accuracy, with incomplete data. Not all the data is in one single database, or not all the data we can trust. Some databases like RADB or AltDB have very simple rules to verify who is the legitimate holder of an IP address, and this leads to some people creating proxy objects in there. I run my own small network, and I'm leaving a little, there's a route object that someone created for me in RADB that I cannot manage right now. I could ask for it to be deleted, but I'm leaving it there as an example of how easy it is to create proxy objects or objects for other entities in RADB, which leads to an issue in trust there. And then this was also, this is true, like not every RIR has an IRR, although there have been steps to fix this. So ARIN didn't have a full IRR you could trust, now it's getting better. LACNIC didn't have an IRR. Now, when you create a ROA, you have a corresponding route object that gets created. So there are a series of problems that we need to take care of, and for this comes RPKI, Resource Public Key Infrastructure. So RPKI was created to try to solve these issues. It does it similarly, in a similar way we do with route objects. So we say we have a piece of information that says this autonomous system is supposed to be announcing this network. And the difference with the IRRs is that in this case it was created with all the registries already there, with all the regional registries being there already in 2008. So the system was created so it's hierarchical, and it depends upon the regional registries. So you have 5 big entities that manage all the records in here, and the hierarchy below them. So, as I said, this gives us the chance to have statements to say this network is authorized to announce this this series of IP addresses of prefixes, and on top of that we have a system where we sign this statement, so we can validate the signature and verify that this is okay or not, and then take routing decisions based on it. So I mentioned that that RPKI was created in 2008, and it's community driven. So the ITF created it in the end, and we add, so the crypto was added, basically a way to validate the data was added on top of the data we had already in the IRRs. So the final statement is that it provides data you can trust. So ultimately, you can look at RPKI, and if you see something there that validated, that passed all the checks, then you can trust that data, and that's going to be true. So how does this work? The chain of trust starts with the 5 RIRs. So RIPE, RIPE-NCC, AREN, LACNIC, APNIC, and AFRENIC. They all have a root that's self-signed and covers the whole of the address space, so 0/0. That stays there. And with that, they sign a certificate for every member. So every member can either create his or her certificate, or can just we'll see this in a moment, can just let the RIPE-NCC, for example, create it for them. There is a certificate for every member, and the two get together in a way where the LAR certificate gets signed by the root certificate. So this creates a relationship where I can verify that this signature is valid. And this gives me the additional trust that I was mentioning earlier. So with this in mind, we have told you there is a certificate that every LAR has that is signed by the root certificate all the way. How do we add an additional piece to validate, to incorporate all this data and create the full chain of trust and have data we can use for routing? So we have ROAs for this. But before we can talk about ROAs, we have to look at how the system is built. If I've recently made this analogy, and I tend to repeat it, although I know many people don't like that. But if you've ever looked at DNS and looked at DNSSEC, this is exactly the same thing. So you have a part where you sign data, so you generate data. In DNSSEC, that would be the records that are signed. And then on the other hand, you have a part where you validate that data. So these two parts are totally separate, and as you see, there's a red line between them. This means that they're totally independent. You, as an ISP, you could sign your data, create your ROAs, and not be verifying any other data from others, but vice versa, you could verify data from other ISPs, from other networks, without having created your ROAs. Those are two totally independent parts. And for the moment, we're going to focus on this, on signing, on creating data to provide information the others can use to validate. So here's a question before we go in. Have you created already RPKI ROAs for your prefixes? So who has created ROAs for their prefixes? Raise your hand already. Just a handful. Okay, so Ondřej then will show you how to do that in a moment. I have created ROAs for my prefixes, and what is this? What does this mean? This means creating a statement that says, I mentioned it already a couple of times, these are my prefixes, this is my autonomous system number. If you see an update in BGP coming with this data in there, you can trust it. So the system is telling me this, there's a prefix, there's an origin, the data in the ROA tells me if I see both of them, if I see this prefix announced by this network, then it's good. That network is authorized to announce that prefix. So you can create ROAs. You can create for your own LAR. You can make them overlap. You can create as many as you want. Basically, the idea is that you create ROAs that match what you see in BGP already. And what is in there? I said there is a prefix. There is a network. So this is the network you should see. If you see this network announced by this ASN, then it's good. So the ROA contains an association between a prefix and an ASN. But then, while they were there discussing how to create this RPKI thing, people at the ITF decided to add a little bit more data to it, which is the max length. which at first can be a little confusing. So what I say in a ROA is, this is the network, this is the prefix, this is the ASN that's supposed to be announcing this prefix. And then we can add a little bit of information saying, but you could see this network up to this point, up to this large prefix. So let's explain it with some graphs. Imagine we have a max length of 24. We have this /22. Why is that green, by the way?
Sorry.
Oh, no, yes, that's true. So we have a /22. No, I got confused for a moment. So we have a /22 with a max prefix of /24. This means that all the BGP announcement between /22 and /24 will be valid. Everything. Because we say, take this /22 and consider everything valid until /24. Fine. What if we try to see /25s? That's not going to work. We can argue that the /25 will not be visible, most likely in the global routing table, but this is a concept slide. It tells you this is how the max prefix works. /22, max prefix max length /24. Everything between a /22 and a /24 will be valid. On the other hand, I create a single ROA authorizer /22. Here, the /23 would be working. The /24 attacker's announcement would be working as well, basically. So this is a way to, sorry, let me take a step back. This is a way to show how an attacker could make use of max length. If I have a max length of a /24 and I announce a /23 in this case, an attacker could set up a BGP session behind their own ASN with the origin set as my autonomous system, /24. The max length says /24 is acceptable, even if I have a /22 and I'm only announcing a /23. So in this case, RPKI would not work, would not protect me in a way. So the /24 announcement would still be seen as valid in this case. It would be seen, would be accepted by everyone, would not be blocked. I guess I might take a step back and re-explain this, or do you understand how this might work, how this specific attack works, or do you have any questions? No questions?
We're going to ask them in a minute.
Going to ask them in a moment. Okay. So in this case, how can I protect myself? I create a ROA for my announcement, that's a /23, that's specific, that says up to /23, max length up to /23. The attacker who tries to announce a /24 out of this part of the address space would come out as invalid because the max length stops here. So this would help me in protecting myself from hijacks. Now, this is a recommendation, like a suggestion, but my personal suggestion would be when you create ROAs the exact same way as you would create route objects and keep it like that. If you add the max length, that's too permissive, and then you forget about it, then you might end up with a situation like the previous slide where someone might hijack your prefix in that sense. So here's a quiz from Ondřej.
Yeah, we'll just do the, again, we'll ask you to raise your hand. There are basically four options here. So what we just said about max length, who think it's an optional field? Option A. I'm just to say that more than one can be true or false. So who think first one is true? Can you raise the hand? Okay, no one. Second, is it a mandatory field? You cannot leave it empty. Who thinks this is correct answer? Yes, a handful. Perfect. C, is it the maximum prefix length the ROA is authorized to advertise? Again, handful, yes. And D, is the maximum prefix length you can announce in BGP? Apparently nobody. Perfect. Yeah. So I can say that you already know your stuff because that's exactly correct. The correct answers are B and C. It is not optional field. You have to put it there. And it's the maximum prefix length. You are authorized in BGP. You are, of course, free to announce anything that as always. Yeah, and another question, and this time it requires some, let's say, calculations. So according to this ROA on the right-hand side, which announcements will be considered as valid and accepted by router? So we have a prefix that is 1930.24.0/23 with max length of 24. And now we have like several prefixes. So let's see who thinks that A should be accepted. No one. Who thinks that B should be accepted? Yes, almost everyone. Of course, that's the prefix that is in ROA. That's not a surprise. Who thinks that C should be accepted as well? No one. What about D? Yeah, most of you. And E? E the same. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I can see that we have really like educated audience, and maybe our tutorial is not necessary here because you are of course right. Just for the record, yes, /24s, the D and E are accepted as valid because they fall within this prefix /23 and are within the max length, whereas the option C is not within the prefix of the ROA. Yeah, so the ROA records are signed by private key of the LIR and always contain, as we said, prefix that is authorized to be announced by a certain AS number. The signature is what makes the ROAS valid. These signatures are part of a chain of trust that goes all the way to the root certificate, to the trust anchor, that is the one that RIR registries are operating. So in this case, IPNCC is operating. So you can see that the signature of ROA is signed by private key, which public key is in the certificate of LIR. So LIR certificate is the one that has a list of all objects that this LIR is eligible to issue ROAS for, and this certificate itself is signed by the public key of the by the private key of the root certificate that is operated by RIPE-NCC. And RIPE-NCC is not the only regional internet registries. There are 5 of them, and each one operates their own trust anchor. So unlike, let's say, IP address distribution, when there is in the root of the tree there is IANA with basically everything. Here, the infrastructure sort of starts one level below. So there are 5 trust anchors for 5 parts of 5 regions of the world. Yeah, and as you see, in the RIPE region, every LIR, every member has its own certificate authority, its own certificate, and out of the certificate they can issue this ROAS. There are also 2 options how you as a LIR can run RPKI, can produce ROAS. and they are either hosted or delegated. What exactly does it mean? Well, hosted, we call something that we as Ripen CC host for you. That means that you don't have to do anything more than just control what you like us to publish on your behalf in the LIR portal. So that's how you do it, and that's how I would say most LIRs use the system. So to sum it up, if you use the hosted RPKI, that means that Ripen CC as a regional internet register holds certificate authority and signs all ROAS for you. Everything is automated, and Ripen CC is responsible for there. So you only give the hoster, Ripen CC in this case, instructions how to make this. What kind of ROAS would you like to have? That means it's very straightforward, very easy. You don't have to do much, but it's a little bit rigid in a way that if your network changes dynamically, let's say, then it requires some manual work from you every time you make a change. So for that reason, you can also opt for delegated RPKI when you run your own certificate authority, and you just ask Ripen CC to give you the certificate for to sign your certificate for your certification authority, and then your certification authority is free to issue ROAS dynamically as you wish. So there are some softwares already made. There is RPKI Toolkit and there is Krill. And by this case, you can automate creating ROAS as you need. Now let's see the easiest way, the part of the how do you basically ask or talk to Ripen CC about RPKI, about creating ROAS. It starts in LIR portal, and first time you open this part of LIR portal, you will see this introductory text and the question whether you are going for hosted or delegated. If you run for and if you are run for hosted, you just agree to the service agreement that Ripen CC will issue ROAS on your behalf. Then, if you opt for hosted, you will get this dashboard, which basically shows you your current BGP announcements and allow you easily to, in order to be error prone. We just looked into BGP, what we see, what kind of autonomous systems are sourcing your IP addresses, and we just allow you, okay, if you are sourcing these IP addresses from this autonomous system, let's just create ROAS for them just like they are. So basically, if you are okay with what is seen in global BGP and just want to create ROAS, you just can check these check marks on the left and create ROAS for that specific autonomous system and then specific prefix lengths. Of course, you are always free to create any ROAS you would like. So and you can easily set it up custom ROAS. Yeah, if you are a provider independent resource holder, then you as an end user are eligible to get ROAS. So in that case, you are not LIR, but you still have to go to this my.ripe.net, which is LIR portal, and out of this you will just see the certification part. But then again, it's the same story. Any questions at this point? I don't see any. In case you have some questions, feel free to raise your hands. We will be doing some demo now.
Check if the network works, because on this laptop it stopped working.
Okay, well, I guess my network works because I can stream the slides.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm connected by wire, so that's maybe Yeah, now we see a lot of things, but what I'm going to look for is this local cert. We actually...
Because there's only the...
Oh, how did this happen?
Okay, that's better.
Oh, it's just delayed, isn't it? Yeah. So in this demo, we are going to look at local cert, which is a testing environment or pilot environment that we have at RipeNCC, which is like the almost similar to the production RPKI dashboard, but this one you can use just for testing things out before you are ready to do it in the real world. So if I open it again, yeah, this is how it works. You can see this orange thing saying that we are in the pilot environment, and here exactly what we seen on the slide. Here I see that there are some announcements of my IP prefixes from AS 2121, and current status of them is unknown. Unknown means that there are no ROAS for these prefixes. So if I want to do my part of the solution, that means the publishing part, I can just select them as they are and just click on this create ROAS for selected BGP announcements. It will tell me that the future status of those ROAS will be valid if I create them. They are now prepared but not yet published, and if I want to publish them, I just press this button, review and publish changes, which will tell me that I am actually going to create ROAS for the announcement with max length equal to the prefix length. So only this length is allowed, no longer prefix is accepted. And I can just, well, let's hide this thing. Yeah, and I can then just apply the changes, and in a few minutes, this should be live. The ROAS should be published in the repositories of this RPKI repository. I can check what my ROAS are on this second tab, where there are. I already set up some of them, but now I set up these two more are here. I can also create my own if I'm, for instance, going to announce the addresses I have from another autonomous system, let's say 234. Then I can just put it there. The thing is, you don't need any authorization from the autonomous system holder. So I can really like make this up whatever I want. What you have to be authorized, you have to be owner of the IP address blocks. You cannot create ROAS for IP address blocks that are not part of your certificate. So I just created a new ROA in my dashboard. And the last thing that this dashboard supports that is pretty handy can be, but I'm not sure whether, oh yeah, it's here. There are email alerts. So whenever we will find in BGP that there is an invalid or unknown announcement, or just invalid, you can select here, we will send you an email. So first of all, you will get an email if there is some attack or some misconfiguration happening somewhere. It happens from time to time. And you will just get a heads up. And of course, in case you just like set up ROAS here and forget, and then 2 years later you will decide, or some of your colleagues will decide to change the size of announcement and break it because they then forget that you still have to also change your ROAS. You will at least get email announcements, so it will not be broken for a long time. Okay, so back to the presentation. Actually, there's this time you can try it yourself. So in case you have an LIR account with some IP addresses, feel free to walk around and click in this localcert.ripe.net. Yeah, it will not affect any production service, so you can safely try before you go and make it in the production environment.
So then we move to the next part. Unless you have any questions before that. I was checking Meet Echo and there are no questions there, but do we have any questions from the room? No questions from the room. No? Okay, so we go and check the other side of the of RPKI. So how do we take the data that we or some other entities have created, and we use it to check BGP announcements. So first of all, we have to use a software that's called a validator. So either validator or relying party. It's a software that creates a local repository where we have all the ROAs. And in creating this repository, it checks that the ROAs validate. So the chain of trust that Ondřej just showed you needs to be validated for each and every one of them to create, to verify that they're supposed to be there. So how does the validator do that? It downloads the whole RPKI repository, certificates, public keys, and everything, and runs a validation on the chain of trust for each and every one of the ROAs. And if it validates, it puts it into what's called a validated cache. That's the local repository that then we will use to teach the routers what is available and what is not in terms of ROAs. And then once we have finished creating this repository, we turn on a protocol that's called RPKI RTR, which then tells the router, these are the validated ROAs. This is what you should use to validate BGP BGP updates. This works by, as I said, downloading all the content from all the RIRs. So you have a file that's called a TAL, that contains a hint, like how do you reach this repository? And what is the public key for that repository? What is the public key for the root there? So from there, you download the list of ROAs. And as you can see, there are 4 repositories with a green mark, with a green check on them, and one doesn't have that. That's because AREN is a little different from the other RIRs, in which you have to openly accept some conditions in order to get the TAL file. But it's still available. You can still get it. You just have to acknowledge that you read the terms and conditions. So the validator downloads all the data from these and then creates a local validated cache and distributes that to the router via a protocol called RPKI RTR. This, in turn, helps the router with the ROAs, with the BGP session, with the BGP updates, to when a BGP update comes in, it checks if there's a corresponding matching ROA, and if there is one, then it puts it into the routing table. If there isn't one, if there isn't a matching ROA, if the ROA doesn't fully match what's seen in the BGP update, then the router can take a different routing decision. So in the end, ROAs help the routers and networks to make better routing decisions by providing them additional data to validate what's in BGP. So what are the options there for validators? There's Routinator. That's the most famous one, Routinator 3000, developed by NLNet Labs. But then there's RPKI client on OpenBSD, which is also available for Ubuntu, FreeBSD, and other operating systems. There's OctoRPKI from Cloudflare. And then last Fort, that comes from the Mexican NIC. That's also written in C, like RPKI client. As you see, there's a mix of different programming languages, different operating systems. So you can choose the one that best suits you. The suggestion is always to use maybe 2 different vendors, 2 different products in your network. So what I personally use is Routinator and Fort, but each one of them is good. So they have, of course, as usual with software, pros and cons for each one of them, but pretty much all of them do the same. They have the same output. So these are the links to go and check them. You can find them in the slides on the website. And now Ondřej will show you a demo.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, let's talk about how we configure validators. We have, for this demo, we have selected Routinator and Fort, and this is very straightforward. Basically, now the software is ready-made in a way to be easy to use, so you can just read the documentation. Which were the only issue which already Max pointed out is that with one of the 5 trust anchors, the one from Arin, it requires some extra steps to get it working, and those both Routinator and Fort are trying hard to make this as easy as possible. So in case of Routinator, okay, let me try to make the demo. Let's see if we have the Routinator here. Yes. Let's try to zoom in a bit. Perfect. So here we have the Routinator. I hope so. Did it die? Okay, now it's working. So and if I wanted to, well, now it's actually already running. So if I wanted to run it for the first time, okay, then I actually have to show it to you on slide. If I have to run it for the first time, it will tell me that there are no ROAS ready, and it will point me out that I should run this init command. And if I run this init command, which is the first exhibit here, it will tell me that I actually have to agree this Arin relying party agreement, which is available in this PDF. And if I do it, I should just add this switch accept Arin RPA. So at the third exhibit, I actually do this. And when I do this, all those 5 tiles are installed, and that means that the trust anchors are set up, and then I can finally run the Routinator. And that's basically the only thing that stops you from running it for the first time. You just do. Unfortunately, you have to do this because some lawyers invented some materials. Yeah, you can then, of course, look whether it's running the RTR protocol on port 3323. The port number is sort of arbitrary. Of course, some implementation by default run it on port 323, which is like privileged port, so it's a little bit hard because you're not supposed to run this validator as a root user unless it's not necessary for its function, but so therefore Routinator defaults to 3323 port. Yeah, and Routinator also have this feature that you can I actually ask for VRPs, so it's validated relaying party. Do you know what the VRP is?
You caught me a bit.
Sorry, yeah. I mean, it's really hard, but it's something like validated payload?
Yeah,
Yeah.
payload.
So basically it means it's the list of validated prefixes and their source ASNs, and you can run it like this. Let's give it a try.
Validated ROA payload.
Validated ROA payload. Yes. Oh, perfect. Yeah, and so you just get, this was pretty quick, but this is basically the output of the validator, of any validator. This is the list that should be loaded into a router, which contains ASN, IP prefix, its max length, and the trust anchor from which this prefix originates. And in our setup here, we use this pilot. This is the local cert.write.net. So we only see the prefixes that we installed in the local cert. Yeah, regarding Fort, again, there has to be some extra steps before you can start it for the first time. In this case, you just run the Fort with --init-tals, and again, it will present you with a question to ask and agree with Erin relying party agreement. If you agree, you just say yes, and will then download all 5 tals and put it into appropriate folder, and then you are free to run the Fort service and wait for the result, just like a normal Linux service, for instance, with the systemctl. Important thing about Fort, before you start debugging why it doesn't work, it's necessary to find out that it will not work as RTR server before the validation goes well for the first time. So give it several minutes before you try to connect your routers to it, because yeah, it will take some time, and before that it just listens on that port, but it doesn't respond to any requests. Yeah, and of course, then you can look in logs. You can see in logs that you will see that there are some valid prefixes. Basically, I would say this is like very straightforward sysadmin task to run any validator. Are there any questions regarding this?
I see no questions on Meeteco either. So we can go ahead with the validation.
Okay, you go? Or
yeah, okay, I can do that. Yeah, thanks. So going ahead with the validation, we now have set up a validator, but then the validator is providing us the data, and then we have to start using that data from the validator. So the validator received all the data via rsync or RRDP, got all the data, ran the process that Ondřej also showed, and now we have a validated cache. With the validated cache, we distribute that data to the routers we have, and the routers, when they receive BGP updates, they use this data to make routing decisions. Now, we can do this assuming that the validation has worked and the chain of trust is all fulfilled. So the data we see in the ROAs, the data we see in the validated cache, is actually data we can trust, as I said initially. So now, what do you think it means if a ROA is invalid? And pay attention, I say when a ROA is invalid. So who says A, there is no ROA for that specific prefix? I see, good. Who says that the validity period of the LIR certificate expired? I see one hand, 2 hands, okay, 3. Yes, this is correct, because we're basically trying to validate the ROA against a signature that has expired, so it would not be valid itself. Or what about C? A row exists for the prefix, but max length or ASN does not match. Does this make a row invalid? Actually, this is not entirely true. It's the next step. We'll see it in a moment. Or D, the chain of trust fails and the row cannot be validated. This is actually true. It's the same as B in the end. So B and D are the correct ones. C is sort of, it sounds that it's correct, but not entirely, because we have to look at the process of origin validation as a process where the router gets the data, it gets updates in and validates them. And so some of them might be valid, some of them are going to be invalid. And what we mean in that question, so let me go back and say, a row exists for the prefix, but max length or ASN does not match. This is actually, let me go ahead, the next step. So we have two parts. One is the ROA validation. We have the ROAs, we have our data. The ROAs can be either valid or invalid. And that is what we meant in our questionnaire here. A ROA can be either valid or invalid. And when it's invalid, we just don't see it then in the validated cache. And then with the valid ROAs, we do a match between the ROAs and BGP. And that's where in this part here, in this area here, we see between the valid ROA and the either valid or invalid BGP origin validation that we do the check between the ROAs and the BGP announcement. And we check max length, we check the ASN, if it all matches, if it all fits into our scheme. So that's why the question there was tricky, because it's the next step in our validation here. So we have three states we end up with: valid, invalid, or not found. And not found is basically when we get a ROA that doesn't exist for a prefix, that's the missing one there, or, well, an invalid ROA in that case, because the invalid ROA doesn't get propagated to my BGP speaker, to my router, so I don't know if there's one, and I will consider that prefix as not found in terms of RPKI validation, because I don't have any data to validate that prefix with. Is this clear? Yes? So we have two states. One is where we look at ROAs, and one is where we look at, with the ROAs that pass the first validation, we look at matching them together with the BGP updates we receive on the router. So here's a poll.
Well, actually, it's an open question.
It's an open question, yes. The RPKI status of a specific prefix in the BGP table is shown as invalid. What does this mean? Basically, the answer was in answer C in the previous poll. It's a prefix where either the ASN doesn't match what's in the ROA, or the max length is or the prefix, the subnet doesn't fit in the max length that's indicated in the ROA. So it doesn't fall under I call it the cone of max length we get from that prefix, from that ROA, sorry. So either the max length doesn't match or the ASN doesn't match. And that makes a BGP announcement invalid in ROV. Clear for everyone? That is the important part you have to know about RPKI. How do you get valid, invalid, and not found prefixes? So then we have a little addition. So imagine you have your validator, you have your router is performing ROV, but then you have a customer that calls in and says, hey, I made a mistake, I configured my ROAs in a wrong way, and you have to do something because my prefix towards you now shows up as invalid. And then we can't reach some of your customers, or there's reachability problem. Now, there is this little thing that is, it takes a bit for when you update a ROA, create one or delete one, and when this effect is seen on the routers that do origin validation. There is a paper coming out that I know of where they measured the exact time for each RIR, but let's assume it takes 1 hour for the moment. In that hour, there is something you can do to influence the specific decision of your validator and create what I like to call fake ROAs to enforce certain rules inside your own network. And it is called actually whitelisting. So what you can do is you can create a file called a Slurm file where you tell your validator, hey, this is a fake ROA. I would like you to just inject into the validated cache because I tell you to do so. And because I want to treat that particular prefix covered by this ROA in a specific way. So you create a whitelist entry, like is shown here, and you say, artificially create this ROA, don't ask any questions, and make sure the prefix validates in that case. So you see that between the first slide, see that here the network is invalid, but I say, hey, create this fake ROA, make that announcement valid, because I need it for now. Someone has made a mistake somewhere else. I need to fix it for now, so I create a whitelisting entry on my validator. Now, while this can help you fix a situation, pay attention to deleting the whitelisting entry once you're done with it. Because if it stays there, then it's basically conditioning, creating a specific condition for a specific prefix that would be hard to debug in your router later on if you forget about the change. So what are the statuses here? Maybe you wanna read this?
Oh, yeah. So, okay. Yeah, I'll get it from here. Yeah. So as you can see, we have just like half and half. We are comparing basically what we see in the RPKI with what we see in the BGP from our routing information servers, and you can see that almost half of the prefixes are covered by ROAS. The other is not, so it's not found, and there is 0.5% of networks that are not where the announcement does not conform to what is in the RPKI. So these should be dropped and not propagate through the internet. Which brings us to another demo. This time we will actually try to set up the origin validation, and we will do it in several steps. First of all, let's see how our network is set up. So let's see, we have this exchange point with 3 autonomous systems, AS101, AS102, and AS103. In AS101, we have the validator. We have actually 2 validators, Fort and Routinator. They are running out of RIPE-NCC local cert as an only TAL, because we want to be able to play with the announcements, play with the RPKI quickly. And then we have our neighbors AS102, AS103, which have their own network 193.0.26 and 25. And we will also introduce some mistakes into the announcements and see how RPKI will save the day, hopefully. So as I said, we are using Fort and Routinator. The validators are already pre-configured with the TAL for RIPE-NCC local cert. We need to configure this RPKI RTR protocol on the router side, so it connects to the validators and starts pulling the VRPs out of them. And we need to configure the AS102 to announce both its prefixes, but also prefixes belonging to AS103, so we can have some invalid announcement and some valid announcement. Yeah, we actually in the first demo have created these announcements already for AS102 and AS103 with this 193.0.26, which will help us in this demo. So first of all, let's set up connection to the validator. So let me switch to the workbench. This is router 101, and doing live demos is always let me see how it was. Okay, BGP RPKI server.
Include the established.
TCP connection 164.1.1. Next is the port, which is 323. Or should I say port? Yes, port 323. And then refresh 60, for instance. And that is it. And the second one is on port 3323. Okay, so we have set up the RTR connections. We can have a look whether the session to this validator has been established using show IP BGP RPKI servers. So let's do it. Show IP BGP RPKI servers, and there's lots of text as always, but I think we are looking for, yes, connection state is estab. That means that it is established. This is localhost, this is foreign host, so this is routinator 3323. And we should also see the other one somewhere else. Lots of information here. Here, yes. And is this connection established as well? Estab, yes. Yes, so it seems that it works. We do have connection to the RTR server. That is good. Now we should start propagating the. Yeah, you see it here. Yeah, we can also look at IP BGP RPKI table where we should see all the VRPs. So let's do that. Show IP BGP RPKI table. Yeah, and basically because we have two validators connected, we should see every single entry here twice. Once coming from 3323, which is routinator, and other is coming from 323, which is Fort. So as we have it here, it seems that yes, everything works as expected. That's good. So far the router just gets the information about validated ROAS, but doesn't use it anyhow. So first we have to now let's set some announcements from the router now in IS 102. We will make some let's say obvious mistake with the network 20.20.20.0, and we will make some also mistake by announcing some network that is belongs to other autonomous system. Okay, so bear with me. So let's switch to the router number 102, which is this one. Connection closed. Yeah, here we are. Okay, address family. Yeah. IPv4 network 2020. 0 net mask. Mask. Then we put the correct network, which should be 193.0.25.0 if I, yes, and also 26. And also 26. And then we also have to add routes in order to be propagated via BGP. So we will add null routes for these networks. Okay, so now I have these three routes. I have set up everything on router number 2, and we should now see what we see on router 1. If we look at this BGP announcements. So let's go to the router number 1, which is here. Show IP BGP 193.0.25.0. Okay, and in this prefix it works. We can see that here RPKI state is valid. If we look at the announcement network 26, which should belong to AS103, we see the state invalid. And if we look at the third prefix, which is completely unknown prefix, then we should see RPKI state not found. So this way, you can actually already see for each prefix in the announcement what is the RPKI status for it. But just by seeing this prefix, it doesn't mean that we are treating those prefixes differently. We just see it, but we don't do anything about it. In order to do anything about it, we have to do something more. So this is on the slide for those that are following the slide. So here you see the invalid status, and here you see the not found. Are there any questions up to this point so far?
Matthias from Aviat Networks. What can happen if you configure multiple validators and you get different answers from them? So for certain prefix, one would say it's valid, the other would say
So
invalid.
yeah, that is a good question, because it has been seen that it can actually happen. I think it depends by vendor what they do. I know Bird keeps just one table, for example, with all the V4 and the V6 ROAs. So it does basically a merge. So you have a union of the two outputs you get from the two validators you have, two or more validators you get. But I think it depends by vendor, and I don't remember the specific behavior for Cisco, but I think it takes care of one. It looks at just one table, and then if the session with the validator drops, it switches to the second table and re-performs the validation. I think I remember Cisco doing this, but I wouldn't be fully sure about it.
So it's up to vendors' implementation.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, those are like interesting corner cases. Also, what happens when the RTR session drops? How long will it take before it will start treating all the ROAs as unknown? Because unknown is sort of like, let's say, safe failure, because it still works. It treated everything as invalid. Then it will start filtering all the routes and basically put the router down. Yeah, so basically now we are following with second demo, and in this demo we are going to discard the invalids according to BGP, according to RPKI. So in the setup of our BGP router 101, AS101, we will just set up route maps that will say that if the RPKI validation status is invalid, just drop this announcement, which is the recommended behavior, how to properly validate RPKI.
So we have a couple of questions on Meet Echo. So one question is, suppose, well, one nice thing from the RIPE database training at the RIPE Academy is the fact that RIPE provides us with a /22 for IPv4 and /32 for IPv6 on the sandbox environment for training purposes. Question, is there a sandbox with similar capabilities so we can dive deeper on RPKI?
Not really. It's not. Well, there's no sandbox in a way like the
local cert.
Other than the local cert, yes, exactly. But yeah, the local cert is still tied to your real LIR account. So in order to create ROAS, you have to own some IP addresses. So if you already have IP addresses, you can play with them in local cert without disrupting your real network. But if you are not a LIR, unfortunately, right now we don't have anything, but I think this is like interesting feedback, and we should actually think about it. How to?
You have the labs that Ondřej is showing now. Yes. The other question is from Gregor Boch from Great Britain, and says, use case. Suppose we have a CSP-A with RPKI enabled, where BGP routers are receiving info about signed ROAs, and CSP-B not using RPKI. Obviously, route prefix announcement from CSP-B will be filtered. I see a big issue here and how it can be addressed. In this case, they would not be filtered. If you haven't created your ROAs, then they would show up as not found. So normally this should not be filtered. So in this case, you have a situation where there is no way to make a decision. So the ISP or the CSP you mentioned here will just have to basically accept those BGP announcements. If you haven't created your ROAs, there's no way I can verify that data. So I could treat it as not found, and I could give it a certain weight or a certain local preference that's maybe lower than a prefix that gets validated. So that would be the case, because if your case here was the norm, then 70% of the routes would be filtered nowadays if you did origin validation, because only 30% of the global prefixes are validated by a ROA, basically covered by a ROA. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So let's go ahead with creating route maps. So here's what I'm going to do. Basically, you create a route map that is named RPKI accept, and in this you will match RPKI valid. And here, as a demonstration, yeah, you can also just set a local preference or play with local preference, even though it's discouraged to use local preference for, let's say, RPKI invalid, because it will not really may have the proper protection effect. And here we also, for not found, let's change the local preference to 80. So let's do it. Oh yeah, and regarding this lab environment that I'm now working on and playing with this part of RPKI, to the previous question, yes, it's something is in development. Just as we have the other academic courses, we are going to have something like this sometime soon, but I cannot tell more about it. So. Oh, I permit 10. Match RPKI valid, set local preference 110, something more? No. RPKI accept, sorry. Yeah. Not found, set 80. Okay, all set. And then we should add this route map to our to the BGP session with our neighbor. Oh, sorry. This was not what I was. Okay, the route map is set. Now we have to restart the BGP session with this neighbor. Oh. And wait a while. And let's see what happens now. Show IP BGP 193.0 25.0. So this one is valid, RPKI state valid, and you can see that local preference is 110. So it worked. Let's see for the unknown. And here is the state not found, and local preference was set to 80. So this is how you can see that you can manipulate the routing decision based on RPKI validation status. Yeah, here you see it on the slide again. And with invalid, yeah, we didn't test that. Let's give it a try. Just not there, because we didn't set permission rule for invalid. We only set route map for valid and not found with local preference of 80 and 110. That means for invalid, it didn't went through this filter, and that means it didn't go to our routing table at all. And this is how we are protected from RPKI invalid routes in our routing table. Yeah, without ROA, there is 80. And that's about it. That's about everything from what we wanted to show you in this tutorial. So anybody, any questions? Again, okay.
I have another question regarding the statistics. You've shown that around 50% of IPv4 prefixes are there as valid, have valid ROAs. How about IPv6? Is there any better, or
it's roughly the same? Roughly the same. There are different statistics you can check. This is from NIST, and then there is, for example, ROAST. That's a tool from Internet Society that we have set up. And the statistics are generally similar, because what we see normally is that whoever goes and creates ROAs for IPv4 does them for IPv6 at the same time. So they just do it in one go. So roughly the statistics are quite the same. There isn't that big of a disparity between V4 and V6, luckily in this case. Yep. So thanks for the question.
Okay. So let's wrap it up. I have just some more announcements. Well, as it was mentioned here already, I actually would like to mention here that RipenCC not only does face-to-face trainings. Well, we actually started last week after long break, but we hopefully will continue with that. We also have this academy.ripe.net, which is an e-learning platform where you can learn in your own pace about topics like RIPE database, IPv6 security, and basic IPv6 at this moment. We are also working on some micro-learnings there. And if you have the knowledge, you can become RipenCC certified professionals, which is our certification program where you can prove your knowledge in an online proctored exam where you do the exam in front of your computer in an empty room, and you are observed via webcam, that you are not cheating, that you are really the one who's sitting behind the computer, and therefore the badge that you will get can be like trusted, because it's like proved that you were the one. Oh, now we are dark. Is it the cue that I should stop speaking? I'm almost finished, don't worry. So yeah, you can get this badge, and then and this is not free, but if you are LIR, chances are you already got some vouchers, because we tend to distribute them from time to time. So feel free to give it a try. And that's end of it. And I would like to especially thanks a lot, Max, to you, because you just jump in a very short notice.
No problem.
And yeah, I hope it was useful for you. And if you have any further, let's say, questions or comments, feel free to find us around this event.
Yeah, I don't see any questions on, I think so, thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning. Dobre jutro, hvala za topel sprejem v vaši prelepi deželi. Thank you for your warm welcome in your beautiful country. I'm Karla Wagner, and I'm here to talk about role modeling. So, there we go. I'm originally from New York City, and it was there where I broke the glass ceiling and got involved in leadership, corporate leadership, mentoring. And as a Netherlands immigrant, I made some mistakes. I never built a network because I could always take my network for granted. And there's also the problem of language and not knowing the culture. And my spoken Dutch is not perfect and may never be. I felt like a complete imposter, having these competencies, but not feeling really good about them, or if I deserved what I was trying to achieve. So out of 100 interviews last year, not one job, and I started to see some patterns. One was that as a woman, the hiring teams were almost all male, and the companies that I was trying to get into, including RIPE NCC, had an all-male leadership. So everyone's tooting D&I, diversity and inclusion, but where are the women? And everyone's asking that question, where are the women? So there's bias, but we seem to be blind to it. So I went through a period of burnout and then went back to public speaking and doing some voice coaching, which I'm able to do because of my stage background and acting career. I followed on my MBA with a Women's Leadership Challenge, and I'm still committed to changing the world, but I learned how to better present myself with an executive presence. And that's one of the things that made me feel more able to project my competence and my confidence. So now I do my own thing. I act, I compose music, hack, write poetry, and find ways to serve the local community. And now I'm finally feeling myself part of that local community. Just a little bit on what we're going to focus on today. Expressing your creativity and excellence through dynamics of the voice, through the body language of the stage. When you present as your authentic self, your honesty is awesome, and you can be the one to reach your goals. Thank you. I also have this concept of the wealth of minds. So Adam Smith, an early economist, a classical, wrote about the wealth of nations. But borders blur. What we really have is our minds, and we have to work together. Without complete representation from everybody, we're not going to be able to achieve what we want as a society to achieve. Do we want equity? Do we want security? What are those things that we want? Everyone has to participate, and that's something that I take as a given. If someone wants to debate that or talk about it, I'll be glad to talk about it separately. So, what happens when everybody's perspective is not represented? You have disconnects. So we create project plans, we create strategies, and we're forced to assume certain things, and then a miracle occurs because we don't have the people bringing in their own unique and special points of view to complete the equation. Only a little bit more about the problem, and then we're going to focus on solutions. So you've heard of the hashtag Girls Who Code. You've heard of diversity and inclusion. You've heard of, yeah, hire women, hire women, hire women. And of course, yeah, we're being hired. We're being hired at the most entry level, and we're not going anywhere. We're working for even less than the H-1B visas that would be being created for gentlemen from Asia to bring them over to work for less. And now there's young women to work for less. Yeah, we're hiring women. Yeah, we're hiring people from our own country. Rah, rah, rah. But what kind of jobs? And what are the career prospects? Those are the questions that need to be asked, because by not asking them, we see a pyramid factor going on. So 47% in the EU professionally across all industries. A little bit less in IT probably, but you know, closing. By the time we're promoted into management, in the EU, we're about 1 in 3. And the 42% is from the Eurostat news release. It's not just management, it's just women who are promoted, you know, in the corporate hierarchy. So it's a slight fall off, but now, once we get to the executive level, we're 20%. And again, this is not IT, this is overall. I haven't seen any good research on that. But when we get to the C level, we're just 8%. CEO, CIO, CTO, we are 8%. So we're not really having a voice. And in organizations that have leadership who all look the same, dress the same, are from a certain background, it doesn't matter what gender, what color, what language they speak, it's going to be boring. They're not really ready to face the world. So, who here has heard of transformational leadership? It's a new buzzword, so it's getting around, and it consists of enablement. Like, if you're a leader, you should be able to do these things in this picture. So you should be able to innovate and inspire and motivate people to do the same. You should be able to stimulate people. So, for example, such and such very bright person on our team needs certain skills, has a certain vision for their career. So we would work with that person to make sure they get what they need to grow and the challenges they need to not be bored in their jobs, which is really important. And as a leader, that's even a team leader, that's really instrumental to success and for retaining people. The revolving door is a big, huge, expensive problem. It's the elephant in the room that is costing big time, having to replace people that are moving on. So, individualized consideration, yeah, you're working directly with people and giving them the benefit of your experience. And now I want to focus a little bit more on idealized influence, role models. In transformational leadership, its studies show that women outperform men, the lousy 8%. But we're facing institutional bias, we're facing cultural bias, and often we're just not taken seriously. And we also have a reputation of not being good at strategy. Now, if you tell your kid that, oh, you're a girl, you know, you're not really going to be good at math, she'll probably feel discouraged trying to do her math homework and eventually fall behind and decide that she's really good in English literature or research science. And we have inner obstacles. Some outer things in the world we can't change. I can't change how corporations do their business. I can't change how hiring managers have this bias that is truly frustrating and aggravating. But what we can change is certain things about us so that we can be ready, and that's what I want to focus on today. Emma Watson, whom I admittedly have not seen in everything. I haven't seen Harry Potter, but she is a very popular actress, highly talented. And she said, now, when I receive recognition for my acting, I feel incredibly uncomfortable. I tend to turn in on myself. I feel like an imposter. Any moment, someone's going to find out that beneath this image that people see, this mask, is a frightened kitten. And I've certainly been through that. It's hard to think of anyone who hasn't been through that at one point in their lives. So, what can we do about it? Well, this is a mural in Amsterdam that I took a picture of recently. So it's art, and it's brilliant. So, what if I don't deserve to be here? What if they find out? But we're in IT. We are scientists. We're basing our actions on facts, or we should be, not on emotions. And so we fall into this need to be perfect, to give a perfect image, to do all of our projects, make all of our deadlines, have a track record of success. But IT has a lot of failure, and we're not really embracing our failures. We're not looking at them as opportunities to learn. We're looking at them with shame. And that's something that in, I guess 1999, when I joined the New York Stock Exchange as an architect, I was trying to change in that organization. And they gave me a responsibility, which nobody else wanted because it was the kiss of death, called peer incident reviews, PIR. So in June of 1999, June 3rd, 1999, I think, the whole floor of the exchange went down about a half hour after it opened, which was like a real disaster for people. It's like a throw yourself out of the window kind of disaster. And so everyone was running around, mostly trying to prove, it's not my team that created this. It's not my team. And as it turned out, it was nobody's team that created it. It was more like the teams didn't communicate between each other that allowed an error to propagate through the system and then shut each other down one by one. And I can tell the rest over beer. But after that, I was said, you know, can you review that incident and find out who was responsible, you know, so we can have somebody's head on a plate. And so I got everybody into a room, and people were really uncomfortable, and some were like sitting way at the back of the room, just trying to make themselves hide. And so I said, okay, guys, I'm not going to ask you what we did wrong. I'm going to ask you what we did right. We know what happened. What did we do that was right in our response? And so someone said, well, you know, we brought them down and the servers down in an orderly fashion, and you know, it wasn't all automated, but we managed. I said, okay, and what did we learn from it? Oh, we learned X. And then how could we prevent this from happening again? What is the change in our process that we need to prevent such a terrible thing from happening? And so by that point, everyone was participating and, you know, speaking frankly, because they knew that I wasn't going to fire them for speaking their minds, which was a great experience. I went on to do the same thing for Oracle and some of Oracle's clients when I ran projects there. It's huge success. And now that the concept of SRE has started to evolve, that's become part of it, embracing the failure. So perfectionism is out the window, and we don't need to wear masks. And credit for our achievements, I'll get into it in a little while, but there we go. So any kind of high achieving person who's, I think, has a lot to lose is especially susceptible. And people who are marginalized, you know, including women, including people, LGBTQ+, et cetera, people who are from other countries or immigrant communities are at higher risk for imposter syndrome. That's not me. And so the growth mindset, is there anyone here who has not heard of like growth mindset versus fixed mindset? So everyone's heard of it? Okay, brilliant. So we won't go into examples of fixed mindset, but I will tell you a little story about the Soviet rocket program under Sergei Korolev. And what happened in the Soviet Union was that they would have failure after failure after failure of their launches. And some of the videos are starting to show up on YouTube about how many failures they actually had in the program. And if you looked at the program overall and its cost, and you would see the terrible accountancy involved in that, because all of these launchers were failures, but they learned from each failure, and then they applied what they learned from each failure to the next iteration until they got it right. Then, of course, the spec changed, the scope changed, and the rocket started crashing on takeoff again. Now, isn't that an IT project for you? So, and, oh, yes, one little thing is that SpaceX started doing the same thing, but they started calling it a more capitalist way of doing it rather than the more socialist NASA way of doing a space program. But they're doing it exactly like the Soviet Union did decades ago. So we can have a little chuckle over that one. So, tiny story from my childhood. So, if you're a girl, you've got to wear these skirts and dresses and stuff. And then you go out playing in the summer and you start skinning your knees. And if you're a boy who wears shorts, same experience. So we'd start out with these perfect knees in the spring, and by the, by the time we had to go back to school in September, our knees can look like a battlefield. But at that time, I remembered not that I would hurt myself and then stop doing the thing. I would stop climbing trees. I would stop doing this or that where I would hurt myself. I would just think, oh, damn it, I have to come indoors. I have to get this disinfectant, this really stinging solution that they used to put on kids' knees, and it was more painful than the than the injury itself. And so my only thought was, once more onto the breach, dear friends, once more, let me get outside, let me do this better, let me climb that tree better, ride my bicycle better, and prevent this from happening, because the worst thing in summer is having to come indoors. At least that was, we didn't have computers or anything back then. So when we asked what did we do right, this is something that we ought to be doing with our colleagues, anyone that we work with. So forget about wrong. Don't cast blame on anybody, and delete the why. Like, why did that happen? Or why did you do it that way? It was destined to failure. And forget about why, because it's a semantic null. What is the process improvement, and how can we prevent it from happening again? Those are the only two questions that are needed. So those are the hacks. So strategic. And there are people who are going to, I call it pecking at your scabs. I've kept chickens before, and they do that. It's terrible. But if people get down on you for your mistakes and your failures, it's really hard at the time because it feels awful. But think of it as they're jealous. They're jealous because they see how resilient you are, and they're not. So, who are our role models? I mentioned we could not only hack imposters using transformational leadership, but this one particular aspect of TI, which is role modeling, is starting to be part of executive coaching. It's starting to be part of training, and I think it's going to be pretty big. Now, since my background is the stage, this is coming a little bit more natural to me. So who are your role models in your career? Is this something you have ever thought of? Who are your role models in life, your plans for yourself? Never mind your career and the companies that you work for. Who do you want to be? How do you want to be in the world? We all think of these things. So I'm going to share two of my role models. One is Mary Temple Grandin, who is autistic. And if you're not familiar with the spectrum, basically they are not the ones that you ever want to get in argument with, because they will always have better facts and figures and research. They will know better. Just don't get in the argument and accept that they did the work and that they remember these things. I can't remember these things. I can't remember what a Macintosh does. And she stumbled, and she became a really good public speaker based on what she learned. Of note is that her parents she had rich parents, basically, so she wasn't put through the mill of the public school system and told she was stupid. She was told that she could go anywhere and be whatever she wanted to be, which she did. And that's why she's my role model, because the world needs all kinds of minds. And even if we're not the type that hiring managers and so forth are trying to take on as employees. My other role model is someone whom I've actually met. And when I was 13, I saved up enough money to go to the Star Trek convention at the Commodore Hotel in New York City. And I had a question written on I wrote it in pen on my wrist so I wouldn't forget it. And the question was this, Ms. Nichols, I want to work in space when I grow up. What do I need to do? What courses should I take? What do you recommend? And I'll never forget this. She cupped my cheek in her hand. I had the biggest, most beautiful smile there, speechless. And she said, well, I can see that you're not running around with the kids who are, taking drugs and drinking and so forth. So, continue there, but get a well-rounded education. The science and the math will come. Make sure you also have the humanities, that you can speak languages, that you know history, that you know the classics. And that astounded me because nobody had ever said anything like that to me before. And she said, make sure if you ever get a chance, learn to program a computer. This was in 1976, and that was 4 years before the IBM PC hit the market on Tuesday, January 1st, 1980. And that was prophetic because it got me a job later on when I was pretty much an unemployed, starving actress on the street of New York. I got a programming gig at Citibank, and the rest is history. So what was special about her? Well, one thing was that after that, she became NASA's ambassador, doing what she did for me for lots of young folks. And one of my favorite quotes from her was, don't be messing with my game. My game is my career. Just totally serious about her career. So now think, because this is a workshop and I want to be a little bit more participatory than most of these things are. So think, who are your role models? How do they speak? And what's their body language? I found when I was on YouTube watching some interviews with Nichelle Nichols that I said, oh my God, she's got the same way of speaking. She has the same pregnant pauses in the middle of her sentences, and a lot of similarities. So unconsciously, I picked up a lot from this woman, possibly more than from my mother. So, and if they could write a letter to you or an email, perhaps through time or delivered by the TARDIS, what would they say to you, those role models? What kind of advice would they give you? And I think you can reason that out for yourself, but it's a useful exercise to just write it down. And then the techniques that we are going to look at today is focus, breathing, presence, place, words. And notice words are last. In acting class, my teacher, Joanne Linville, we were not allowed to speak in class for the first semester. No speaking. And which was a bit of a relief for me because I was really, really worried about having to memorize lines. And acting class was completely different from what I had expected because we worked on like your focus and your breathing. And then it wasn't until the next semester when we came back, we would say a few things, not much, but we would start introducing words into our presentations. So the last thing that I learned in acting class was to be your authentic self and present honestly. Most of the great actors and actresses that you will see on the screen or on the stage have been taught whatever they do, they need to be honest about it. And when they're not honest, everyone knows, everyone can tell. So here's an exercise that we do. So what's you observe a hawk. There's a hawk flying up there in the sky. And raptors take slow swoops. Sometimes they go lower. They might see something interesting. And they hit a thermal, so they catch the thermal and they're up on the updraft and gaining some altitude. And then they might see something and dive down. But if you observe a hawk, what is your focus? So you might be looking up at the sky, tracking, taking your time. How do you breathe under those circumstances? Well, if to you a raptor is a breathtakingly beautiful predator, you might not even breathe for the first half a minute and then you begin to breathe and you draw a breath, maybe shallowly, as you're looking up, your back is straight. And in this divine presence, you don't want to be slouching like you're watching a movie. You're completely engaged. Your focus is out there. And what is my body language? I'm open. I'm taking this in. Where am I standing? I might be on a mountain peak. Perhaps I'm climbing today. Perhaps I'm halfway up. But think about, where you are in the current moment. How do I speak? I might say, pen. And it's silly to speak that way sotto voce when the predator up there probably can't hear it anyway. But I just not want to disturb the moment. I said, Ben, look. Until he saw it too. Do others see the hawk? And that was really the measure of whether we were successful. That you can come into the room, or you could be standing up there on the mountain trail, and the other person wouldn't need any words. They would see that you're following something up in the sky, and my body language and my eyes said everything. By the way, one of my favorite scenes in cinema was Patrick Stewart in Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, in which he was playing the the Soviet counterpart of a British spy master. And he was captured and interrogated. And during the entire interrogation, said absolutely nothing. But he betrayed small things with his face, with his eyes, the corners of his mouth, with the way his arms suddenly flexed in response to a question. He didn't need to speak. I think in the remake they had the actor speak, but you know, Patrick Stewart, I don't think he could improve on that. So, second exercise. This a bit of backstory here. So Yaroslava is from Kiev. Somebody I know through the IT business. She has her own company, and she fled to Western Ukraine at some point early in the war. And she packed a suitcase to bring with her, and she tweeted in her flat, "It's all I can take with me. All my life is in this bag. We'll manage. I'm sure. Keep you informed." And now, think of yourself in this bus station, and everything that you have is in this suitcase. And so you're not going to pick it up like a prop. Prop is usually an empty suitcase. Well, secret is we usually throw a few bricks in the suitcase to make sure that the actor picks it up as if there's something inside it. So they're not just going to be, you know, waltzing around with it or just putting it down and turning their attention somewhere else. No, you keep it close to you, very close. There's pickpockets, there's thieves, who knows what. So much unknown, so much we can't control. So my focus is now in the moment, but also noting door, you know, windows, exits. There's some official standing over there that's checking people's papers. There's somebody who looks suspicious. You know, that guy might be a pickpocket, who knows? But we're going to keep our focus in the present. It's a bit of an aside. When we are speaking a language that we know really well, like, for example, I grew up in New York City, so I know English pretty well. I'm going to be all over the place with my tenses, past, present, future. You know, I'll be here. I'll be thinking about what that guy called me before about an interview. Should I call him back? Should I ignore him? Should I take out this frozen chicken for dinner tonight? And I'm thinking, oh yeah, what will we have for dinner? And do I need to get to the supermarket? I should have called this other one back. And then suddenly, instead of going all over the place with tenses, then I come back and I'm completely with you. In that moment, people can tell that. And that is part of your presence, which is being in the moment. And if you're not in the moment, that you're doing it on purpose. How do you breathe? Well, in that such situation, I think I'd be like forcing myself to breathe. And if I observe something I don't like, I might, my heart would speed up, so I'd be breathing a little quickly and shallowly, and then realize, it certainly wouldn't be natural breathing. In fact, my voice might even catch in my throat if I tried to speak. Where am I standing? Well, I would be standing in a place that I can control. So maybe my back to one wall. Suitcase here right in front of me. Here's my bag. Would I be wearing my handbag like this? You know, just walking down the street? No, I'd have the handbag right in front of me as well, or just right under my arm so that I could control it. How do I speak? I'd know that, you know, I would have to speak factually, easily to someone in a position of authority, but I probably wouldn't speak to anybody there. And if someone tried to strike up a conversation with me, I think I would be very reserved. And I might even have, you know, closed body language. And I wouldn't say much at all. So sometimes not speaking is speaking too. And how do people interact with me? Well, there might be someone with 3 children there, and they're a little bit unruly, as children can be in a crisis situation. And I might interact with one of the children. I'd smile and see if I could project some of my calm to them. Sometimes calming somebody else is a way of calming yourself, or at least I find that, because I have more of an empathetic personality. And so it's all I can take with me. My life is in this bag. We'll manage. I'm not sure, but I say, I'm sure. Keep you informed. Stella Adler, my teacher's teacher. And if you don't know Hollywood, don't worry about knowing who Stella Adler was. Said, actors need a kind of aggression, a kind of inner force. Don't be only one-sided, sweet, nice, and good. Get rid of being average. Find the killer in you. And one of the most challenging aspects of working with people in our industry is that they don't often speak their minds. They are a little bit shy. They're fiercely intelligent. They can speak on and on about what they know, but they're really not social, not engaging. In general, many exceptions to that. But as women, when I was put into managerial training at the NYSE, I was told, one of the things I was told was, don't speak so directly. Try to be more indirect, use passive voice constructions instead of, okay, I need you to do this, and I need you to go over there and monitor X, and I need your suggestions on what to do with how we design our monitoring, whatever. That is typically off-putting. When a guy does it, it's expected of you, but when a woman does it, she's just bitchy. Well, they were saying that I would get much better results if I were, oh, wouldn't it be nice if we, what do you think? I sound like my grandmother? No. And so I think that training was a little bit biased and a little bit 90s and a little bit like things that we would prefer to forget we ever taught people to do. Enough said. So, role model methodology. This is your tool to hack your imposters and to create your more executive, your leadership presence. We might be individual contributors today, but we might not want to be developers for the rest of our lives. You know, what do we want to be? So project that. So you've got goals, then put in the work to strategize for them. I'll show you an example of what I created for myself. Channel your role models. So another one of my role models, middle bit of glass and lood stained glass. This is of a woman blowing a horn, redheaded of course, carrying some dude's head in her hand. And this is, I looked into what that was all about, and it was a 13th century Dutch medieval ballad, one of the first. And so I started looking of Herr Halevine, and it was a story of, somebody knows it. There was someone in the nobility, someone who had a castle, someone, a mucky muck. And he was like really beautiful and had this singing voice that made women come to him like the Pied Piper made the mice or the rats come. And so this young lady, her sisters had gone to Halevine and never came back because the dude was a serial killer. So she was pissed off. So she went off determined to be the third, but she had a plan. She had a strategy. And I don't want to give spoilers because it's an amazing, amazing story. But as you can see, one spoiler is that she's coming back home with the head in her hand. And it says clearly in the ballad, she blew her horn like a man. Well, we all need to blow our horns, no matter what gender we identify with. We need to take credit for our excellence, our accomplishments, and our ability to learn and be resilient, because everyone fails. So, a call to action. I always end these things with a call to action. What are we going to do? Mindfulness of bias, methodology. We've got Agile for developing code. We have Agile for entire projects. We have Agile for operations, for SRE. I mean, we don't yet have an Agile for how we hire people, how we retain people, and how we recognize the excellence in people. And recruiters today are, let me tell you, after years experience, well over a year dealing with recruiters, it's like they are clueless. They don't know the technology. They don't really know the business side, but they know sales really well. So what they do is they go through stacks of CVs, and there is no JSON for CVs. They're not structured. They look nice. So they require a human being to go over them and say, is this a fit? Is this a fit? Is this a fit? And they might be doing that all morning. They're not going to read mine. I've got mine down to 2 pages, and I've had them sit. I've applied for a job, for example, and I've done it for 10, 12 years. senior principal consultant. And I applied for the exact same job at Infosys. And after a month, the recruiter came back to me and said, not a fit. What? He didn't read. So there is no process, and that's any company that I work for, that process is going to be a lot better. And I might even write a book about it. So I made a little timeline for myself of my strategy to get to where my goals were. And the individual things are not important to anyone but me, really. So in the beginning of the year, I did a lot of CFPs based on what I wanted, the public speaking that I wanted to do during the year, networking, this really cool thing called a mood board. If you don't know what a mood board is, I find them really nice to go back to when I'm feeling down. If anyone would like to, does not know what a mood board is, I can, a mood board is, it's a collage. So take, well, a modern equivalent of a cork board, where you put thumbtacks and you put different pictures of things, basically a scrapbook. And it's based on like what your goals are, how you see yourself, what might inspire you. And that, yeah, and that often that can bring you back from a funk. And let's see, FOSDEM, C10 is in there, and high-tech T. And yeah, new mood board is even in there because I want to, you know, keep changing it with my experiences. So this role model methodology is something that I'm working into a course offering in Netherlands. But at the moment, I'm just sharing it with anybody who is interested. So, any questions or anything you'd like to talk about or discuss? All right. Then I thank you for coming, and I hope this has been of use to you. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can start. It's time to start. So, my name is Massimo Candela. I'm a senior software engineer at NTT. So I'm really happy to be here to do this tutorial. This is my second in-person event since 2020, so really happy. What I do at NTT. So NTT is a company, it's a large company that offers a lot of IT-related services of all kinds. But we are also a tier 1 provider, and I work in our global IP network. Essentially what I do there is, together of course with some amazing colleagues, is I find when you have a large network like this, you need a lot of systems in place, in particular softwares for automation and monitoring in order to reduce your errors during your operations, and also to ease the operation and keep, in the end, the network under control. And today the tutorial is about monitoring, and it's about, in particular, BGP and RPKI monitoring and an open source software that we released. But let's start with why monitoring, why we do monitoring, why you should do monitoring. Well, monitoring, it's a fundamental activity if you operate on the internet. And as soon as I start talking about BGP monitoring, well, I get always this feedback like, oh yeah, RPKI, hijack detection and stuff like this. Yeah, okay. Hijack detection is one thing, is 1% of the entire equation. The reality is that the reason why you should monitor is because everybody does error, we do error, you do error. So basically 99% is instead monitoring yourself and monitor your daily operation. Like for example, you want to monitor your autonomous system, what it is announcing. So have something like a list of things that you should be announcing. Are you announcing all of those things? Are you announcing something that you were not supposed to? You just deployed that configuration. Is it doing what you were supposed to? Are you losing visibility on your prefixes and things like this? And this is this will help your daily operations. Now, another thing is RPKI. So RPKI is this relatively new, I would say, technical solution. And a lot of the time I hear about RPKI implementation, I hear about, oh, we do route origin validation and we created the ROA, so we are good to go. RPKI is implemented. The reality is that if you implemented it already, or if you will implement RPKI, you will see that it's something that you will have to carry with you for your daily operations. And so it is something that you have to keep an eye on during your normal BGP activities. And for that reason, it is another thing that you have to essentially monitor. And if you are not monitoring, you may, for example, not realize that you are announcing something that is RPKI invalid and that your routing can be suboptimal or have reachability problems. But why NTT decided to create this software? So the software name is BGP Alerter. I'm the developer of this software, and at the beginning, I believed that NTT also strongly believes that it is good to share it with the entire internet community because not all companies have the same firepower of a company like NTT, and so not all companies have software engineers that they can develop stuff. While if we share some software that is easy to use and open source, more and more people will start monitoring their BGP and RPKI, and in the end, we will improve the stability and the quality of the global internet, so we all will benefit from it, including us. So this is just a quick overview of a presentation that I will do instead in the next RAI meeting in Berlin. And it is about some results that we got by our automation and monitoring on the RPKI side. In particular, the entire logic of what we did here is implemented in the tool that I will show you. Almost the entire logic, and we basically reduced of 87% almost our errors in terms of RPKI announcement that they were invalid. But this is another topic. If you want to know more about this, you can follow the presentation the next RAI meeting. Now, what's BGP Alerter? So as I said, it's a tool that is open source, and we developed for ourselves to monitor our prefixes. We released it open source. It is available to this URL, or you can just Google BGP Alerter, you will find it. It works in real time, and it is extremely easy to use. It was one of the main goals, because I know network engineers are lazy, and lazy is good, often. But includes auto configuration, and you do not need to collect any data and this is something that will happen automatically. So how does it work that you don't need data? Well, because there are some amazing open data sets, among which the one of RIS that is supported by, which is a service of the RIPE-NCC. And this is a priceless service, and if you want to peer, basically they are collecting data, BGP data, since early 2000, and they are peering with hundreds of peers. I think this number 600 is not yet anymore up to date, and if you want to peer, there is the link here that you can use. But what you can do with this monitoring. We are going to go in a bit of detail so you have a clear idea. So the first thing is you will get notified with this system if your prefixes lose visibility, or if any of your prefixes is hijacked, and you will get notified almost instantly. It's real time. You will get notified if you are announcing RPKI invalid prefixes, or if you are announcing prefixes that you were not supposed, that you never announced before. Maybe it was a typo, maybe everything is fine, but you get notified. Or also you get notified if you announce prefixes they are not covered by RAW, but you can just disable this if you have a partial RPKI implementation. If any of your RAWs are expiring, because they do expire, or if, for example, any certificate in the validation chain is expiring, you will get notified as well. You get notified if RAWs that are covering your prefixes are no longer available. And also this is a case that I get questioned, like, how can RAW disappear? Well, they can disappear for a lot of reasons. One can be one of your colleagues did an error, human error, but most of the time is, for example, there is I don't know, a VRP that the RPKI validation had some issues, so you're using a VRP file that is corrupted, or they can disappear from the real trust anchors because maybe there is a trust anchor malfunction, and we had some cases in the past years, and you want to know when this happens because you want to be aware of what's going on around you. You want to be aware of what's the condition in which you are operating. And for example, it is something that you have to address, or you're wasting time debugging. It's better to contact directly who is responsible for it. So we have also some specific alert for trust anchor malfunctions, and you will get also notified if whatever edit happens to your RAWs in your prefixes. So we have, for example, a Slack channel, and we use it with our colleagues. And if somebody edits something, immediately, almost immediately, we see the diff in the channel. Also, there is path monitoring, and you can set your own condition, but the basic path monitoring that is included is basically you can automatically, the tool will discover your peers and will inform you if there is a new peer that never was visible before, that can be upstream or downstream peer. These are, for a practical example of what you can do, what you can see if you connect this tool to Slack. And this is our Slack channel. You can see various different alerts with the summary of it and with different colors. These are specific for RPKI. The first one is about possible trust anchor or corrupted VRP file. In that case says, oh, 100% of the RAWs disappear from RIPE. The second one is RPKI diff that says what changed in RAWs about your resources. And the last one is about an RPKI invalid announcement that you also get notified. Now, this part is where it starts to be a tutorial. I have with me Massimiliano Stucchi, that is a dear friend of mine, and he also decided that he could give him a hand here, and I really appreciate that. So if you have questions, he is going to monitor the questions, and during the tutorial, you can interact with me or you can interact with him. So I'm going to move on this chair because it's going to be a more interactive part. So the first thing I'm going to actually show you. So as I said, the system is just an application that you can run. You can do two things. Well, you can do various things, but mostly mainly two things usually users do. First of all, of course you go on our GitHub repository where the tool is called BGP Alerter. You can, I repeat, it's the first result if you Google about it. And what you can do when you're here is that you can run the source code, or you can go straight to the releases, and you can just run the binary version precompiled for your operative system. This is that's what I'm going to do now. Okay, I'm going to empty everything here. I'm going to try to expand it even more. Let me see if I can. I think that like this is good. Okay, so as I said, you just basically have to run it, and that's what we are going to do. So I copied the link of the binary version for the macOS version of it. I'm going to get it. Okay. It worked. I should not have done it live, but it did work. I'm going to make it executable. So I don't know if you are doing this step by step, and I can give you extra time if you need to. I repeat, so if you run this, there is a wizard that will start as soon as we press enter here, and it will ask you your autonomous systems. And if you have your laptop and you do that, you will start monitoring immediately with your autonomous system. It's the only thing that you need to do. So it's not a complex thing, just download this and run it. Okay, perfect. Now I'll run it. Okay, so as soon as I run it, the tool will say, oh, well, I didn't find any configuration. Do you want to start the auto configuration? Well, let's start with yes. And now it's asking you which autonomous system or autonomous systems you want to monitor. So if you are typing your autonomous system, if you are a really large provider, the auto configuration will take minutes to half an hour or something like that. In our case, 2914 is going to take some serious amount of minutes. So I'm going to go with the RIPE-NCC. And you can also use, if you have a large network, you can use the same as well. Otherwise, just go with your autonomous system. In the worst case, it's going to take maybe 10 minutes. You have that. Third question is, do you want to get notified when your autonomous system is announcing a new prefix? So if you, for example, you are monitoring only a few prefixes and you don't want to get bothered to add on the monitoring all the new other prefixes that you are announcing, then you answer no to this. Otherwise, you just answer yes, which is the better answer. Do you want to get notified when a new upstream of your autonomous system appears in a BGP path? This can be a symptom of leaks, or can be a symptom of a specific type of hijack that they manipulate path. So you can say yes. do you want to be notified when a new downstream autonomous system appears in a BGP path? I say yes also in this one. And the auto configuration started. It's generating the monitoring rules. So here detected what are the prefixes that the autonomous system of RIPE 3333 is announcing. It's now generating the entire configuration, detecting all the upstreams that are visible and all the downstreams as well, in this case only 2. And it's generating all the monitoring rules for all the prefixes and all the autonomous systems that they are involved in this entire process. And it's done. It's actually monitoring already. So in background, this is listening to BGP announcements flowing through the RIPE-RIS system and comparing to the auto configuration that just happened now. And it's doing both BGP and also RPKI, thanks also to public RPKI repositories. So out of the box, with just your autonomous systems and some yes, 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 you're ready to go. So now we are going to kill it. And we're going to see what happened in the directory. Well, this is the executable. This is the configuration that just got created. And this is the list of resources that you are monitoring. And there is this directory, which is the logs directory. So now we said, okay, it is monitoring, but where the results are. By default, they will be collected into logs. So the tool doesn't know any of your Slack channels or email or anything like that. So what I wanted to do is that it was already by default working without extra configuration. So you can see all the reports in, for example, reports.log. And they are automatically rotated as well. Of course, in these few seconds, there is no report that no hijack that happened in these few seconds. So there is really nothing to see in this demo that I'm doing. And there are also the same logs that are contain all the errors as well. So if you, in the simplest possible configuration, you can pipe these logs to your Elasticsearch, Kibana, whatever you want to do, if you don't want to edit any other thing of the configuration. But now we will actually work on a bit on editing the configuration. So let me see if I'm following the right, perfect. Yes, okay. So let's now edit a bit the configuration. So the first thing is the system automatically detected your prefixes. If you are not, if not all your prefixes, the prefixes that you are announcing are covered by ROAS, then you will get a notification that says you should verify your prefixes.yaml configuration. And we're going to do that. And well, let's do that. Let's actually open it. Okay. This is the configuration. This is the prefixes. So what happened here is that for each of the prefixes of 3333, there is one entry like this, where there is a description that you can edit yourself. And what if you edit this file, if you are monitoring, the monitoring system at the end will automatically update the definitions that are defined in this file. So you don't have to restart or anything. So you have a description. This is for you, so that when you receive alerts, you know what you're talking about. So we have thousands of prefixes, and it's nice to have a way to, on fly, understand what is what. But this is just for humans, let's say. ISN says who is supposed to announce it. You can also put multiple autonomous system in the form of essentially a YAML array. That this would mean that this prefix can be announced both by RIPE-NCC and by 2914, which is entity. You can define if you want to monitor more specific prefixes. And so basically, do you want to have an exact match on this, or you want to get notified also about, I don't know, /22 and so on. And by default, BGP Alert makes the best configuration. In this case, basically, it will automatically detect which are your prefixes and which are prefixes of your customers. And when detects that they are prefixes of your customers, will set ignore more specifics on that. Well, it will leave the more specific monitoring for your prefixes. Of course, if the auto configuration have some, it's in general works pretty good. Otherwise, if you see some occasional noise, you may want to go and investigate if there is something that you can improve in it. And there is also a group which says that by default sends the alert to a group called NOC. By default, BGP Alerter has two alerts, which two groups, which one is admin and one is NOC. All the network-related things, they go to NOC. Admin is mostly like, oh, there is a new software, or there was this error and stuff like this. While NOC is more about there is a network problem. So this means that you can set who is going to receive these notifications, and we will see this later. Now, at the end of the file, you can find also this part where it says which autonomous systems we are going to monitor. So not only the specific prefixes, but also the entire autonomous system as origin, and also as being part of a path. So you can also see that you can set the upstreams, that they were automatically detected, and the downstreams. So you can update this file if, for example, you get notified, oh, there is this new upstream, and you are okay with it because actually it is a new upstream that you have. You don't need to necessarily regenerate the entire configuration. You can just go here and add an autonomous system in the list. Okay, then this is how we edited the prefixes file. Now we go see the configuration file. The configuration file has by default sensible parameters for the most common use cases. And you have this list here that is called monitors, where essentially tells you what you will get notified for. So for example, here there is RPKI monitor, okay? If you're not interested in any of this, for example, by default, the monitor new prefix is disabled. If you want to remove some of this, you just can comment them out. And if you want to reintroduce them back, remove the comment. That's all. And this threshold here are to set some sensibility about the alerts. This sensibility are updated by me periodically while I use this to monitor entity and to monitor various other autonomous systems. So they are reasonable thresholds. And in particular for the monitoring the ROAS, you can, for example, set if you want to receive diffs or not, if you want to receive information about expirations or not, or if you want to have information about trust anchor failing or not, how much alert time you want, like 2 hours before expiration, and various other thresholds like this. But now let's go in the more interesting part, which is the report. Okay, so briefly, I'm going back on the slides. So you can do your configuration, send these alerts to a lot of things. So by default, it's files, okay, but that's not really useful. You can send them by email. You can send them on Slack. There is a dashboard open source called Alerta. You can send them off Kafka, Syslog, WebEx, Mattermost, Telegram. This list is not up to date because now there is, for example, there is Teams. There are a lot of other applications that they have been added by me and by the contributors from the community. So it's really rare that you cannot find what you need to connect it to your internal chat or ticketing system or stuff like this. And just to give you an example, this is what you would receive in an email if you enable the configuration by email. So now I'm going to go back in the file. As you see, report file is enabled by default, and all the others are commented out. For example, if you want to enable report Slack, that would be easy. You just comment this, remove the comments, remove it from the comments, and add the webhook, the URL that you need to. You can even select the colors for your alert, or in other cases, you can select, for example, in Syslog, you can select the priority and stuff like this. You see, it's a complete list, Telegram, and okay. Now, one of the most important part, in my opinion. Do you have questions so far? Okay. So one of the most important part is that while you're doing this monitoring, you will need to monitor the monitor. So the monitor is pretty stable, but you want to be aware if everything is working properly. And one thing that I suggest to do is to actually enable the uptime monitor API. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to remove the part that is called process monitor. And I'm going to just remove all the comments. No, this part we leave it because this is a health check. So you can actually do, there are various things that you can do. One thing is to use a solution like healthcheck.io or Uptime Robot and stuff like this, and you can connect BGP Alerter to it. Or you can use the default API, which it's this one that I enable. So if I now save this file, and I go back here, and I run it again, now it's gonna start. Okay, it is monitoring. And by default, all the REST API will start on localhost 8011. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on localhost 8011. Status is the API we're interested to. You can see that is giving us immediately a status for the BGP Alerter monitor. It says that there is no warning, and it tells you it did a self-test on the connections, so it is connected to RIS, and the RPKI data is there, and it is not stale. So that's a good sign. So everything is good. So you can basically periodically pull this from your, I don't know, you can put it in whatever monitoring system you already have, and basically check every time that warning is false. Okay, so we enable this. Now the next thing that I would like to do is to configure RPKI. So while the system works, so as you saw, we didn't do anything for now about RPKI. So the only thing that we did is we started the system and it just worked, and it is doing also RPKI validation. But if you would, for example, this is because mostly because we are by default using VRPs file that they are offered by various organizations, including RapidCC, including NTT, including RPKI client, Cloudflare. There are various organizations that they offer their VRP file. So for monitoring, this means that by default, you are connecting, downloading one of these files, and everything works, which is okay. But if you're already doing RPKI validation, you may want, actually, it's more, I would say that is preferred. You may want to use your own RPKI validation process. So you want to use your VRP file. And to do that, you can just use that and pipe it into BGP Alerter, and it does just work. And we will do that. So now we go back in the configuration. Now I don't have RPKI validator running here, and it would take anyway some minutes to make it run. So the thing I'm going to do is I'm going to download our export.json file that is available online. In this case, this is hosted by NTT, and it is generated with RPKI client. So what I'm going to do is to stop this, do wget, download this. Oh, the connection is going to take a bit. So by default, the system used that the RPKI, the VRP file use is the one offered by RPKI client. And I have a slide about it. I'm going to talk it in a bit, but I want to finish first the configuration. So now there is this export.json, and we go in config, and we do some editing here. So you see there is the RPKI definition. It says which provider are you going to use for downloading this VRP file, and every how many minutes you want to refresh your definition. What we are going to do here is we are going, instead of using this VRP provider, because it's the default one, we are going to change it and do VRP file and use the export.json that I told you before. This doesn't mean anything. Okay, we can just save. So basically, if you have your RPKI validator that generates your export.json file, or your VRP file, whatever it is called, you can just point out in the BGP Alerter configuration where this file is, and every time this file changes, so every RPKI validation cycle, BGP Alerter will detect the change, will update the RPKI definition, and will start monitoring with that new definition in place. So now we changed this, we saved it, we run it again. Well, you will not see in reality any big difference, but in your heart you will know that now it's using another VRP validation for it. And let's see the status again. Yeah, the provider changed to external, which means that it is something that you are providing, but the data is okay, and there is no alert about being stale data, because also there is a check about how old the RPKI definition is. And so everything is working with the new RPKI dataset. So as you saw, it was pretty easy to set up this monitoring, and at NTT we are using it for basically 3 years now, and it is working pretty good. It is helping us a lot. It is helping us to have always everything under control, especially when we see that, I don't know, there is some set of RPKI invalids that get announced, or sometimes also trust anchor malfunction. So this is actually pretty helpful. So now we have been talking about your how to set up your RPKI data. A shout out to OpenBSD RPKI client, which is in particular to the gentleman there, Job Snyder, which you can use whatever RPKI validator you want, and it works just out of the box. Any RPKI validator you want works with BGP Alert or whatever you're using. But if you use RPKI client, with RPKI client, we have been doing various meetings, and we have did various features where basically RPKI client now supports more metadata that they are extremely useful for monitoring. In particular, RPKI client at the moment is the only one that is exporting expiration times of the various ROAs or of whatever may be expiring in the chain of validation. And this is an information that is extremely useful while you're doing monitoring. So if you use RPKI client, you will get notified. All the alerts about ROA expiring will be there. And basically, I think that's all. We finished with some pretty early. And this is the source code that you can go, you can inspect it, you can do whatever you want with it, you can contribute, that would be appreciated. And if you are interested in news, I will have some great news in the coming months for new features and new stuff. I always send those news in my Twitter, which is this web robotics that you find at the end. So that's all. And if you have questions, please let me know now. Perfect, I think. Not. Thank you.
Hello. One question. With the default configuration, this software is monitoring any AS of any provider. Are there any concerns that anyone can monitor anybody's network with this tool with default configuration?
Okay, that is okay. Yes. So yes, you can monitor, but essentially you type one autonomous system and you can monitor whatever you want. If you can monitor, I don't know, you want to monitor entity, type 2914 and you are going to monitor for it. But there is actually nothing new about it. The data is public, the data is there. The data is whatever passes in BGP, and everybody can observe it. And it is collected since late 99, 2000 in RIPE RIS. So you can already access that. And there are also route views and other repositories that they collect the BGP data. The RPKI is also public. So there is nothing really new about it. There is only the logic of the monitoring that makes it easy, but there is no private data whatsoever. I mean, if you are operating on the internet, you are doing announcements and those are visible by everybody. So there is nothing private about it. I hope I answered your question. Any other question? Perfect. Then the tutorial is over. I hope you learned something. We have a question. Yeah, see, okay. Yesterday, after a troubleshooting session, we have come to a conclusion that the long-term solution solution would to write software to alert us whenever some S behind the S's of our customer in Brazil appear in IXs in North America. Looks like your software does the trick. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. So now I don't know, Bruno Texeira. Okay, perfect. Yes, you can do that. Actually, there are people already doing that, and also there is one also interesting part that it's a bit more complicated to introduce in a tutorial, but it's there, and I'm going to show it to you. The last line. So you can express, and there is a you can find the documentation is pretty covers a lot of things. So you will find this information, but there is a monitor which is called path monitor, which allows you to specify conditions that you want to monitor. So conditions that that you get notified when they happen, and conditions that you get notified when they do not happen, for example. And you can specify there is it's a mix of regular expression and other syntax that you can use to create your own rules. So by default, of course, BGP Alert doesn't do that. It gives you only the downstream and upstreams as path monitoring, but you can define also whatever other rule you want. So you can define something that is more complex. And I am aware of several operators that they are already doing some. They have a pretty complex set of a repository with pretty complex set of rules that they match with this tool. Thank you for the question. Okay, so I think this was the last question, and thank you very much for your time. And well, let's go have a coffee now. Lunch, actually, right? Thank you.
Dobar dan. My name is Žorž. I'm the SE Program Committee Chair and also the Chair of SINOC, Slovenian Network Operators Group. And before I start, I would like to ask, Vesna has a request, please.
Hi, everyone. In the name of all of us as humans, I would like us to show respect for everybody that we have lost in the last 3 years of pandemic, and for everything else that we have lost. Some of us, our health, the friends, the members of our family, and also to commemorate the current wars and conflicts that are going on. So I would like to invite you all to stand up and join me for 1 minute of silence to mourn our losses and our sadness. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vesna. Okay, let's open this thing now. Well, welcome to Ljubljana. Welcome to this SE10 meeting. I would like to start with presenting the program committee that made all this possible. We selected the program and accepted the talk proposals. So I would like to ask people from the program committee to stand up, please. We'll have some exercise here. So these are the people. If you're not happy with the program, talk to them or talk to me. So we would like to ask for all possible feedback. So next time we know what you like, what you prefer, and we can make it even better. Yeah, this is also people from the program committee. Okay. Okay. I would also like to say a few words about SINOC. That's a Slovenian network operators group. We are active on a mailing list and also in-person meetings. Well, we had in-person meetings before COVID. During the pandemic, we didn't do any online meetings because I personally think that the community meeting needs to be in person and not online. We had too many online meetings, and I think that we should start again with SINOC meetings when this is all over and meet in person. We have 158 signed NOC members that signed as they agreed with the rules of the community, and we have 241 people on the mailing list. And we have also 8 SINOC board members. Do we have any board member here in the room? Please stand up. Yeah, the usual suspects. So if you want to know about the SINOC, talk to these people that are standing there. Okay, some housekeeping rules. This meeting is a little bit different because it's a hybrid. So there are some specific rules about the queue. This will be done for the first time, and it's a test run. It might work, it might not. We don't know. IETF used this rule for their IETF meeting in Vienna, and we will try it here. The idea is that everybody also in the room needs to use the Meteco, how you call it, microsite, as would Job say, or the app on the phone to enter the queue, and then the chairs will handle who is in the queue, if it's online or offline. I will talk about this more after all the welcome speeches. Please state your name and possibly the affiliation when you come to the mic. And I would also like to thank RIPE NCC staff for all the work they put into organizing this meeting, and also to Arnes and SINOC as a local co-hosts. Okay, I would like also to mention the sponsors. Thank you to all the sponsors, also to Telecom for the internet connectivity here, and Internet Society to make this meeting possible. And that's it from me. I think now it's Hisham. Would you like to say a few words? Come.
Thanks for that, Jan. And I think there are slides that I will try to get up in a second. No, I cannot share them from here. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, there. So do I want to show my slides? Thank you. So, hello everyone. Sorry for being a bit late with the slides there. My name is Hisham Ibrahim, and I am the RIPE NCC's Chief Community Officer. If you had seen the slides before or the agenda, my managing director, Hans-Peter Hollen, was supposed to be delivering these words, but unfortunately he is feeling a bit under the weather and he asked me to step in. And as you can see, a lot of contingency plans to make sure that we have the meeting up and running. So this is SEE 10, and I must say it feels really, really good to be back in this part of the world. A lot of you know me personally. I've been participating in events in this part of the world for a very long time. You know, I have a soft spot in my heart for the Balkans, and I usually say, well, I wasn't born in the Balkans, but my heart was. We are here at SEE 10, and this slide shows the meetings that we've done over the past, well, over a decade now. I was lucky enough to be at the first SEE meeting in the lovely city of Dubrovnik, and I've participated in a fair share of these events. The last face-to-face one was in Sarajevo a few years back, and as Jan said, the year that pandemic hit, we also thought this part of the world would not necessarily like online events. But then last year we decided it was about time that we still meet. And that's where we ended up with SEE 9 online. And I'm happy that we have a hybrid event here. And I'm very happy that we can participate and get to meet again. I've been telling people yesterday, my mind knows that it's been 2 years since we've met. It just doesn't compute. I don't understand it. And yes, we are trying to do a hybrid event, which hopefully one of the lessons learned out of COVID would be that trying to be as inclusive and welcoming to these events as possible and allowing that even remote participants be treated as first-class attendees of the event and being able to participate. So we're trying a few things here. Bear with us if something breaks, but this is the first meeting we're doing with this hybrid model. We have a large number of staff here. You see the photos of them to identify them. They're here to help and facilitate, so please make a point of chatting with them. They're here also to better understand from you the local needs and what the RIPE-NCC can do better to serve the community and its membership here. So please familiarize yourself with these faces, and we will be walking around with the badges that indicate that we are staff so that you can talk to us as well. A lot of you would have by now met the lovely Alexandra and Dan at the registration booth. They also can help you with anything that you need in terms of registration or any contacts or any details about the event. We also have a RIPE-NCC help desk, service desk outside. Our colleague Jeremy is sitting there. It's near the entrance where you did the registration. He's happy to take any questions related to the RIPE-NCC, any tickets that you have, any issues that you're facing. He will be dealing with this. And while we don't have a slide for this here, but sitting across from him is Ulka, also my colleague, that can talk to you about e-learning, certification, and anything that you want to be knowing more about when it comes to the training courses that the RIPE-NCC offers. We also have a few board members in the room, and if I can ask them also to stand up and make themselves known here. So I see Piotr and Remco. We also have Job and Ondřej. Yeah, so please feel free to approach them if you have anything related to the RIPE-NCC that you want to talk to the board about. They are here also to listen and chat to you. I'm sure there's a lot to talk about. Thank you all for standing. The next couple slides show a couple stats, and without going into the details of the stats, they're there for a reason. These are the statistics from the last face-to-face meeting in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the people that registered for the event. And as you can see, this is a trend that we were usually seeing with the SEE meetings, that it's predominantly the locals that were attending, and then we would see participation from the rest of the SEE community, but also from people beyond. We saw that with a few other events as well, and there's good reason for that. Travel costs and being able to leave your country for a couple of days to participate in events. When we went online last year, we saw more of a normalized distribution there, which is something that we like to see. We wanted to see more participation in these events. And we saw more participation from beyond this geographical part of the world as well, which we also felt was a nice thing. Now, looking at numbers for this event, which is hybrid, we see the mixture of both. We see still the high local participation, which is what we want because we're here to understand the needs and to satisfy some of them that we know about and serve the community. But we're also still seeing that broad participation from beyond the geographical region, and we are seeing increased numbers of participation. So clearly that hybrid is the way to go, and we are happy that we are putting a lot of effort into getting this done. We also have a networking app that you can use and for scheduling meetings, for messaging, for checking the agenda. So please take advantage of that. And last but not least, I'd like to thank the lovely co-hosts that we have. So Arnes, the University Network, the NREN, and CNOG, great hosts that helped us with a lot of the logistics and especially the lovely social that we're doing today at the castle. I'm looking forward to that one. And the connectivity sponsor, of course, Telecom Slovenia, and the gold sponsor, Internet Society. So thank you all, and I hope you have a lovely event. Cheers.
Thank you, Hisham. I believe, do we have Mirjam on? Okay, now it's Mirjam Kühne. She's the RIPE chair, the chair of the whole community, and I think she would like to say a few words. Hey, Mirjam.
Hi, Jan. Can you hear me?
Yep, you're on.
Great. Well, thanks. This is fantastic. Thanks for allowing me to say a few words. Yeah, I'm the chair of the RIPE community. I'm Mirjam Kühne. Thanks for the introduction. And it's great to see so many of you able to come together face to face again after such a long time. As you said, even though I have to say I also really enjoyed the online event last year in September, I think it was. Unfortunately, I cannot be there with you in person, but I'm happy that you facilitating the remote participation. And as you may know, we have the RIPE meeting in May also as a hybrid meeting and event in Berlin, both like face to face and remote or online. And I'm sure we will benefit from the experiences that you're making here during the SEE meeting and all the efforts that you and the RIPE NCC are putting into organizing and this event. And I'll be watching from far from Amsterdam. I'm seeing many interesting talks on the agenda, and I'm sure some of the topics will spill over or will be spread also and shared also at the larger RIPE community and possibly at the RIPE meetings. I personally always enjoy presentations that highlight local or regional developments, and as you know, RIPE has always been about knowledge sharing and information exchange, and I think it's important to learn from each other and to learn from local developments as well and help each other out. And I certainly see the SEE community as part of the overall RIPE family, if you will. And I know many of you are also active in multiple groups, in RIPE and in local network operators groups. And one of my goals personally is certainly to further facilitate the interaction between the regional groups and the RIPE community. And if there's anything I can do there or any great ideas that you have to further help with that, please don't hesitate to let me know. Well, without further taking any more time of your meeting agenda, I wish you all a very productive and enjoyable meeting. And I'll be around here watching the event from my office in Amsterdam. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mirjam. Tomi, you're on. Tomi Dolenc from Arnes would like to say a few welcome words from our
So, yeah, I'd like to welcome you on behalf of Arnes, the Slovenian National Research and Education Network, and extend a sunny welcome to Slovenia to all who came from abroad. Since we're having a bit of history this afternoon, it's maybe okay to say that Arnes heavily pioneered the early years of internet adoption in Slovenia. It's actually, we are celebrating 30 years of existence just this year, since we started building this national research and education network that would then connect to all institutes, universities, schools, libraries, museums, and such. But not only that, it was maybe even more important that very early in those years, we offered dial-up access to not only all scientists and professors, but also to teachers, to all students, to all pupils in secondary and primary schools. So they could access the internet from home. In mid-90s. They could have their own web page on our server, and many of Slovenians still remember as their first email address the address at Arnes. Of course, Arnes is also local internet registry for its community. It's running top DNS for .si, the national domain, and the national registry, the national CSIRT, the incident response team, that's also running for several years, very, very successful, very well received campaign on information security. Yes, and we're also managing the internet exchange, Slovenian internet exchange. Apart from that, Arnes is managing nowadays wireless networks in all schools with Ethereum, all on IPv6. We're hosting virtual classrooms for schools. This became rather famous 2 years ago when they nearly collapsed due to surge of demand to orders of magnitude. Also network infrastructure for supercomputing and all that. And most important for today, we're trying to be a useful member of the community. We are representing the community of, let's say, supercomputer users and forming the community of open science. And as Jan stated before, we have collaborated for long years with Jan, with CNOC, with others in advocating IPv6 in Slovenia and with CNOC events, which brings us to this event now we are co-hosting proudly. A lot has been said about live meetings. I'd like to add this. You all represent the community that forms, I would say, not only backbone, but a skeleton of this bright digital future that will finally enable us to, so nobody will need to move from his chair in order to make money or get food or even socialize. Yet I feel we all people understand that the value of real human communication at face-to-face meetings. Yes, it's cool to work from home, but many times, again, we realize that it's so easier to collaborate, so easier to understand each other, and so easier also to resolve conflicts if we meet live. Please remember this when you share your coffee and your beer in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Tomi. Now I need to share the slides. Just one slide. I promised to talk about this. So this is the app or microsite, as Job would call it. Every one of you got a special link for the on-site participation in email when you registered. Use that link, load this side to your phone, and then if you want to ask question, you just press the hand button, and then you will enter the queue that will be shown there on this screen, hopefully. Let's test how this all will work, and if it works like it is supposed to, then we will also use it for the next meetings. Okay? Are there any questions? Nobody's in the queue. Press the button. See? Okay. Marko Krenker, participant. Is Marko Krenker in the room? Then go to the mic and ask your question. I know it's a bit confusing, but this is supposed to work in a way that we give online participants the same priority as people in the room.
This is just for test as a demonstration. Didn't have an actual question.
Okay, thank you. The queue is empty. Okay, we can move on.
Was.
Who?
Job.
Oh, Job was there. Just testing, yeah. This is, oh.
Job is in the queue.
Job is in the queue. Would you like to go to the mic? No, fine, okay. It is a bit confusing. All right.
We have more in the queue, even some remote.
It's Hisham, right? Would you like to do the update from RIPE NCC? Oh, there is more people. Okay, so Neil O'Reilly is remote. Okay, now I can see okay. Neil, are you online?
I'm just.
Would you like to ask a question?
People as well. Nice job.
Thank you. Aleš?
Aleš Časar. I have one simple question. What is the other button right to the hand?
The other button is if you want to share slides. This is basically for presenters. I don't know why it's shown to participants, but it is what it is.
Okay, thank you.
Daniele. This is quite time consuming. It takes a lot of time for people to walk on the mic.
Daniele Arena, Namex.
Yes?
Is it possible to have that queue a little bit larger? Because I cannot see it from my seat.
Yeah, I moved here so I can see the queue. I don't know. Do we have an answer to that? Can this queue made larger? We will see what we can do.
First
okay.
I will close the queue.
Daniel.
1, 2, 3, 4, testing.
Thank you. So we can now see how much time we need.
We have Bruno.
Okay. Neil.
Oh, my apologies.
Bruno.
My apologies. I couldn't see the hand button. I was just testing by clicking on top of the camera button, and it activates the microphone automatically. This is just a setting. I have no questions at the moment.
Did anyone understand? Okay, thank you very much. Neil? Can we switch to Neil? This is sort of like running a quiz.
Oh, you wanted to switch to me?
Yeah, you are in the queue.
I thought I retired from the queue.
No, you did not. You need to unpress the button. Thank you. And you're back in the queue. Thank you. Nice. Neil, stop pushing that button, please. Okay. Hisham.
What's the Wi-Fi password for SE10?
I have no idea. At SE meetings. Yeah. Thank you. Hisham, please.
Yes, so while Jan was having fun with experimenting the participation, now it's my turn to talk about the RIPE-NCC update. So, yeah, and the reason why Jan is doing this is we've been having a chat about will this work or will this not work. So we're putting it to the test, and I appreciate you debugging it for us, Jan. Thank you. So yes, RIPE-NCC update. Again, my name is Hisham Ibrahim. I still work for the RIPE-NCC as Chief Community Officer. And the following slides will give an update on the RIPE-NCC activities and some of the things that we've been busy doing since we've last communicated. So first slide is the RIPE-NCC strategy document. This is something that we're very proud of. It took us over a year to develop, but now we have a published 5-year strategic document that talks about what we consider to be what is important to us, and that guides us. We talk about our true north and what guides our different activities, our values, our mission, and what we're trying to achieve there. And we do use that as a base to inform our activity plans and strategies moving forward. So it's a really good read. It's interesting, if I may say so myself, and I hope that you do take the time to download and go through it. And in that document, we made a slight update to the mission, but I'll make a point of reading through that again, because it does impact, like I said, all the different activities that we are currently doing. So as an authority on a unique internet number of resources, we enable people to operate and develop their internet. Now, that is a key thing that we're also seeing being put to the test with a lot of the situations that we see happening around us, and our position on this has been very firm, and I'll get to that as I talk in the slides. As Secretariat to the RIPE community, we are the trusted steward to the open, inclusive, collaborative internet model, engaging and connecting people and communities. This event would be a prime example of that, and the fact that we're trying to incorporate stuff like hybrid meetings and have participants from afar being able to participate is a key thing there. We do believe in an open, inclusive, collaborative internet model and a strong community that can support that. The third item here is as a neutral source of information and knowledge, we actively contribute to the stability and evolution of the internet. We do a lot of work in this area, and I'll be highlighting that as well. But these are the 3 main elements of our mission, and you're going to see them echoing throughout the slides that I'll be talking about in a second. In that document, we also talk about 5 main strategic objectives, and there's a lot of strategies that fall under them. Reading through them also very quickly. Support an open, inclusive, and engaging RIPE community. Again, point being this event here, right? And all the other activities that I'm trying to do, whether through our training activities, whether through our different events that we do, whether through our online engagements or face-to-face. We do believe that we actually get our mandate from the community, and we are keen on serving them any way that we can and identifying the needs and making sure that we deliver on them. Second point, operate a trusted, efficient, accurate, and resilient registry. We run the database, RPKI, and it is a core function of what the RIPE-NCC does as the registry for the region. Enable our members and community to operate one secure, stable, and resilient global internet. And again, each word here, this is something that we've been working on, like I said, over the past year or so, but each word here is there for a meaning and a reason. And as I mentioned, we are seeing these words being put to the test, and so far we do believe that we are keeping good on these. Number 4, maintain a stable organization with a robust governance structure. This has to do with how the RIPE NCC is structured and the different functions in it. Last but not least, attract, engage and competent and diverse staff. Now, also in terms of reporting, we have issued the 2021 annual report and financial report. You can download the link from here. It does have a few highlights, such as statistics on internet resources and transfers that we're seeing in the region. I will highlight on that in a bit. Updates from the RIPE NCC different services. Also talks about how we've been contributing to public policy consultations. But what is new in this one is that we're actually trying to track the commitments that we've made and report back to the community that we are delivering on them. It's important for us to make sure that we are delivering on promise and to prove that through our public reporting. What we've been busy doing. And I cannot read that language. I'm not sure what is wrong with that slide. However, going from memory, I do recall that it was talking about the war in Ukraine and how the RIPE NCC has been dealing with it. Maybe reading the second continuation of this will make me remember the first one. So if I recall correctly, the first one talks about the RIPE NCC being able to deliver its mandate. A lot of you would have, if not all of you, would have received an email from Daniel Karenberg recently talking about how the RIPE NCC has celebrated 30 years of serving the community in its role. So for the past 30 years, the RIPE NCC has been working hard on making sure that we are running a resilient registry. And Hans-Peter Holen, my MD, had shared thoughts once we fixed this slide in a RIPE Labs article talking about why it's important for us today to continue to operate a neutral registry that is accurate and that everybody can use. I'm not sure what the second point here is, so I will skip that. I am sorry. But moving along, we did inform the Ukrainian members that they do not need to worry about losing their resources for the risk of them not being able to pay their resources. We did feel that was an important message that we got to them. And we are making sure that our community members and friends there are taken care of. The war in Ukraine is something that affects us on a very personal level. Like I said, we have a lot of members, friends that are there, staff that are there. I have one of my staff that is still based out of Ukraine that could not leave the country and is still there today. So it's very personal to us on a lot of different levels. We're also tracking all the developments that we're seeing there, and we are running a page that maintains all the different changes that we are seeing to update and inform the community on that. And I would like to thank Sander that provided me with, yes, the second point on the slides, which is the RIPE NCC Executive Board has a resolution that talks about provision of critical services. We did have, as of 2014, if I'm not mistaken, a resolution from the board that talked about dealing with sanctions and how we deal with that. However, in light of recent events and developments, the board felt that it was necessary to have something that explicitly talked about domestic political disputes, international conflicts, and war. There is a link on the slide that you can get once this is done, and thank you, Sander, for that. So, moving along, the registry, some updates from there. We are seeing a sharp increase of number of transfers in 2021. which is something that we expected to see. It's not a surprise, but we are seeing a large number of them happening, and it is taking a lot of resources from the registry team, and my colleague Felipe and his teams are working very hard to make sure that there aren't any delays. However, due diligence is something that they need to be doing in order to make sure that the people that are contacting us on behalf of the organization are actually doing what the organization wants there. These resources now have actual financial dollar signs attached to them, and it's very important for your sake as well as ours to make sure that everything is according to the policies that the community set in place. As you can imagine as well, with the extra EU sanctions, there's a lot more compliance that needs to be done in place. We do have automated systems. So sanctions isn't something also new for the RIPE NCC. In fact, we've been dealing with it since 2012, and we've been looking at it from different angles. We've been talking to the MFA, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Netherlands, but also with the European Commission to better understand how sanctions affect the RIPE NCC and the services that we provide to our members. And we do have automated systems now in place that whenever there are new sanctions rolled out by the EU, and we are seeing a lot of them these days, that we get automatic flags within the system that allow us to deal with them. We are also looking into finding ways to improve the efficiency of these response times for members. So as I said, we have heard that a few people were saying that some of these tickets are taking time. If they are, they're taking time for good reason. And again, it's to ensure the benefits of our members, but also that we are in compliance with everything that we need to be in compliance with. And the last but not least, the waiting list queue is growing. As of when the slides were built, they are 709 people in the queue waiting for resources to be released in that sense. Compliance with sanctions, and I'm elaborating a little bit more about this here because it's also something that we've heard from different community members and questions. I have my colleague Athena, who is the Chief Legal Officer at the RIPE NCC, that has published a RIPE Labs article, the link is in the slide here, that talks about how we do this. And in a nutshell, like I was saying, we do have now automated systems that flag any potential match with the EU sanctions that are being rolled out on a regular basis. And the way that we treat them is that we treat all potential cases that are flagged as sanctions, but then we work on investigating more with the member and asking them for more clarification to be able to check if they are indeed the ones that are targeted by these sanctions or not. So again, a lot of resources from our side, but also a lot of communications with you as our members, but it is all to make sure again of that compliance and that you are not mistaken for someone else. That we do see a number of false positives that we only are able to then provide services to and not treat as sanctioned once that gets clarified. We also publish a transparency report on how many sanctioned members do we have and how do we treat them. And in a nutshell, the resources become frozen. So they still can use their resources. However, the resources are frozen in the database. And we do not revoke them from any holders. I'm happy to take any more questions on this if people have questions in the Q&A. Authoritative DNS, we are deploying auth DNS instances in different networks. If you are interested in having it in your network, there's a link here. There's a lot of known benefits for hosting this, especially when it comes to reverse delegations and stuff. Please, if you're interested, click the link and you will know more. We're happy to do so. And as far as I know, we do have a couple of instances in the region here. RIPE Atlas, so 11K probes and counting, distributed over 5K ASNs globally. which is a huge vantage point that allows us to do a lot of the measurements and the work that we're doing here. We rolled out during COVID time, could be last year, could be the year before. Like I said, I have no differentiation in my mind, but we did roll out the soft probes, which did help us during COVID times in keeping the numbers up and replacing probes instead of having to ship them around. However, as of next year, we have the 5th generation of probes out, and we will be shipping them and deploying them as well. So you have both the options of deploying soft probes, but also hardware probes on your networks. We also have improved sponsorship models that will provide the sponsors more visibility. Our aim is to have at least in the top ASNs throughout the different regions and countries in our service region, probes there to provide us better vantage points. And I will be showing in a couple slides why this is important and how we use this. I mentioned Ulka, my colleague, and the work that the training team is doing in terms of e-learning and certification. Again, something that we were working on even before the pandemic, but came very crucial in the time of pandemic. So we were working on scaling our training offering. We do have a great team of trainers that travel throughout the service region delivering face-to-face training. However, we did feel that it doesn't scale. No matter how many people that we have and how many flights that they would take, we couldn't meet all the demand. So we wanted to provide an e-learning platform where people can take the different modules, learn what they needed to do at their own time in the comfort of their own home. And not only that, take a certification that certifies that they actually know these topics. I think the certifications that are out there now is the database, IPv6 fundamentals, and the last one that was rolled out last year is IPv6 security, that is quite popular. We also have micro-learnings, which are like a few minutes worth of learning on different topics, if you're interested in taking like a crash course in something. My colleague Ulka sitting outside, if you are interested in getting a certification, whether on-site, because we are offering on-site proctoring for this event, or after the event is done, please talk to her. She will provide you more information there. I mentioned the RIPE Atlas, and part of the work that we built in terms of intelligence on top of that and turning data into useful information is that we produce regular country reports. So the last one that was issued talked about countries like Cyprus, Israel, and Malta. It provided deep insights into that. Before that, we did have one for the SEE region, and there are a few others for the Middle East, Mediterranean countries, and others in our service region. They are good reads, and in fact, one of the things that we like now is we're seeing it being picked up not just by the techies that are interested in understanding more about how this is happening in their networks. We're seeing industry trying to do more of this, so I've had chats with a few industry giants that are saying we like the country reports that we're doing and we're planning on rolling out our own as well, which is a good way of us collaborating with them and providing more data and learning from the data that they have. But we're also seeing governments using these also and quoting them in some of the work that they're doing in the strategy. So we are providing good insight to better provide data-driven analysis in the decision-making process. So that is definitely a success that we like, and we are planning on doing more of these. And a big part of how we do these is the vantage points that we have from the RIPE Atlas probes that are hosted. So thank you all for everyone that is hosting one or is sponsoring one. RIPE Labs, one of my personal favorites. I learn a lot from it, and I always go to bed at least reading one of the articles on it. It provides a platform for RIPE NCC staff, but also the community to share experiences, thoughts, and ideas. There's a lot of a range of topics that you can read from. I mentioned some of them already when it comes to sanctions or RIPE NCC's positions, but also a lot of technical insights, a lot of analysis and community insights that are shared by the community there. there was a competition that was launched, and my understanding that it's the winner has been already announced. There's a link. Oh, and we also started with our first podcast. The link is there. Quite an interesting discussion on measuring disruption on the internet. My colleague Alan, who is responsible for Ripe Labs, who's here at this event as well, so please make a point of discussing with him if you want to publish an article or do a podcast. Sat down with Emil Eben. A lot of you would know him. He's a senior researcher at the RIPE NCC that has been doing a lot of work in measuring disruption in our service region, but primarily in Russia and Ukraine. I think I have a slide on that, if not mistaken. Well, in a second. Community project funds. So the RIPE NCC has in its budget around €250,000 on an annual base that they put towards sponsoring projects that are for the good of the internet. You can see on the side some of the different projects that we've sponsored so far, and we are issuing a call for projects soon, I think for 2022, if I'm not mistaken. One of the other things that I wanted to talk about here and also highlight is we're also hiring. We're always looking for good staff to join the RIPE NCC, and we want to be as diverse as we can. So we do have a few opportunities to join the RIPE NCC. If you like the mission, if you like the work that we're doing, if you like the internet and like to travel around telling people about it, it's definitely a place that you would want to consider. It's a great working environment, great colleagues, and I would highly recommend it myself. And one of the other things that we end up doing also out of the vantage points and the measurements that we do is we organize internet measurements days. We've had a few success with these events. We haven't done any in the SEE region yet, which is why this slide is up here. But we held the day with the community, and we discussed everything related to weather network measurements, stuff that we see from Atlas and beyond. ICANN usually participates, and they have also like DNS and naming related measurements as well. And it usually comes up into very fruitful discussions with the community on how the rest of the world sees them and from the different vantage points that we have. So if you are interested, please let us know. We would love to come back with an event like this in the SEE region. Also, we have issued the call for hosts for SEE 11. I showed the slide of the countries that we visited with SEE. I'm glad to say that we visited them all. I've had chats with Jan for years about coming to Slovenia, and I'm very happy that we've actually managed to do this. And we've done this with SEE 10, nice round number there. So it's a nice celebration here. But it's now time to look into also where we can go in the service region, and we'd be very excited to talk to you about where we can go next and what we can do. We visited a lot of major cities in all of the service region, not all of them being capitals, which I still think is a nice idea as well. And we would love to be hosted and come back for more of these events. More details here, and if you're interested, talk to any of the RIPE NCC staff. They will point you at the right people, Vesna being definitely one of them. And also we have our colleague, a latest addition to the RIPE NCC, Jelena, who's based out of Serbia now, that is also focusing on the service region here. And she will be doing a presentation up next, talking about some of the work that she's been doing with the RIPE NCC, looking into how the internet has grown and developed in the service region here. It started out as a research into the region, but I'm very happy to see the developments that happened with the PC and coming up with the panel, and I'm very excited to see how the panel is developed. I really like how the series of events happened here that led to us to what I'm hoping to be one of the most interesting panels that I've sat through in the past few years. Also, the RIPE 84 meeting is coming up, so please get ready for this. It's in Berlin. If you cannot fly and attend in person, we also are offering hybrid possibilities for that. We're testing it here, so thank you for being our guinea pigs. But we are sure and confident that we will allow for as much remote participation as possible. So even if you cannot make it to the meeting, please do not miss the activities there and join the GM meeting, vote on the resolutions. We also have board member seats up for election. So we would love to see you participating, whether face-to-face or remote. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. I feel I missed a slide here. So I'll say it out of memory while Jan is walking to the mic. We've published a few articles. My colleague Emil Eben and some of his contributors published a few articles on the internet in Ukraine and in Russia. And there are 3 of them on RIPE Labs, really good articles, worth reading. But the gist of it is that we do still see the internet in those countries very stable despite the war and the unfortunate events that are still taking place there. And with that, thank you very much. And I have 6 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Hisham. So we have 2 people in the queue, and I would suggest to save time. If you enter the queue or you are in the room, you go to the mic and wait there, so we don't waste time with waiting for people walking up and down the mic. And now I wasted 10 seconds. Okay, Karla Wagner, please.
Yeah.
Hi, the question was about one of the very early slides. It was about diversity. And I know that there was at one point, or maybe still is, a diversity task force. But there's nothing in the presentation about what's being done about diversity. And one little paragraph was, a diverse RIPE community provides a wider variety of expertise and experiences to help achieve its goals of technical coordination necessary to enable the operation of the internet. We all know that part. However, we have an executive board that is all male. Numerous, please put the slide
The
up.
ones in the room here are all males, but we do have Maria Hall on our board that is not male.
Okay, one woman. We're 50% of the population. Thanks for explaining that to me. And there is a very bad sexist hiring policy at RIPE, which needs to be modernized because it's going back to yesteryear. So the question is, what is RIPE doing about actively promoting not only women in leadership positions in the RIPE community, but people who have been marginalized? It can't all be, the good old boy network anymore. We need diversity. Thank you.
I appreciate the question. And also, while you're at the mic, let me also, because I didn't have a chance to talk to you after your talk, you gave a very nice tutorial today about diversity. I was in the room there, and I did appreciate the thoughts that you shared there. To the points that you were making, there are a couple points here. There is the task force, and I think Mirjam and Neil are both online, so they may want to talk about some of the work that's being done at the RIPE community level. I can talk about what's happening at the RIPE NCC because this slide talks more about RIPE NCC staffing. We do have a diverse staff when it comes to the RIPE NCC. We do have a lot of it might not be a 50-50 balance. I don't have the statistics off the top of my mind. However, we do have female colleagues at almost all levels of the organization. We without necessarily having to name names or titles. It's something that we care very much about. We have Vesna that's sitting next to you here that also has one of her roles at the organization is also making sure that we have a diversity and inclusion role within the community and making sure that we allow for more diversity there. It's something that we feel very strongly about. We do believe that, as you stated, that there is definite room for diversity to help shape the future for us and the mindset. It's something that we're very keen on doing. It's something that made it into our strategic objectives, and we are walking the walk. We're not just saying this. We're following it in our hiring policies. We're following it in our promotion policies. And there's also work done at the HR level to also make sure that equality is not just a word that we throw around. So there is efforts there, but like I said, I will leave Mirjam or Neil to address a bit about what's happening at the RIPE community, because they would be better fit to address that.
Yeah, I would definitely like to speak with that, because that has not, I mean, that was very nice of you to say, but that was not at all my experience.
I would love to chat with you more about that and understand from you what the issue is.
Yeah, in interest of time, we need to.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. Ales?
Ales Chasar. We have seen that you have a waiting list for IPv4 resources, I think 709 entries.
Yeah.
Do you have any information how long does someone need to wait in the waiting list? Maybe how long a few recent members which got their resources were waiting, and how long was the queue when they were entered at the tail of the queue?
Yes, so my understanding is these numbers are made publicly available, so the waiting list, so you can see them, and also the amount of resources that would be available to them. Again, I'm not from the registry, so but my understanding is that we do have a waiting period that we do after reclaiming any resources or getting them back, and then we issue them to our membership once they've matured and in that queue that they have for the waiting list there. So there's a lot of statistics that I'm happy to share with you after this if you're interested to see how the RIPE NCC deals with this. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Daniel?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Daniel Karrenberg. I'm with the RIPE NCC for 30 years, as has been said, and I've been the first CEO of the RIPE NCC, and I just want to make one note about what has just been said about the composition of the staff and the hiring. From the beginning, in the 1990s, the RIPE NCC has had a policy, not only a policy, but also implemented it to have a very diverse staff, because we were all talking about this neutrality and this, how do you say, diversity in where our staff comes from, that we have taken a lot of effort to not only be Northern European, Dutch, German, whatever. I have certainly spent a lot of my personal time in getting work permits from people from places that the Dutch really don't want to import employees from. And we also have a long tradition to be diverse in as many aspects as we can. So I take personal offense at being said in public that we have a sexist hiring policy. Having said that, I'm no longer responsible, so I think the people who are responsible should speak to this. But I can talk about the history, and we are really were and are still really working hard to have a diverse staff in every aspect. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Daniel. And you touched on something that I also think is important here as well, where diversity for us goes just beyond gender, right? And we are looking at the whole spectrum of what diversity actually has. And the more that you look into the RIPE NCC and the fabric that creates it in terms of staff, you do see that diversity there and the acceptance and the inclusion. Like I said, I would imagine naming people or titles or something like that would be more pandering than anything else. But it's definitely something that we are actually actively doing without even having to, any kind of affirmative action. It's something that we just believe in. The right person with the right qualification should be in the right place. Daniel, you had a follow-up.
Sorry, I forgot something. There is actually in the Netherlands, it's customary. I don't think it's required, but there's customary that there's periodic reports about the social. It's called the social report for some reason, about the well-being of the staff and all that kind of stuff. And we have those internally. I'm not sure whether we publish them, but maybe it might be a good idea to publish them. That is one thing I should say. And the other is, of course, we always welcome any input, any constructive input on how can we can do better. Certainly. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Which is why I'm interested in following up on the point that was made. But thank you very much. I think I've overstayed my welcome. Thank you, Jan.
No
Cheers,
worries.
everyone. See you in the social. Bye.
Now we have a presentation from Bernard Lee from LINX. Do you have the application to share the slides? You didn't do the speakers training, did you? Okay, can you, Oliver, can you share his slides, please? Meno or somebody. This is a different meeting than we are used to, and I would like to ask every presenter for today and for tomorrow to talk to Meno or Oliver, so they will explain you how to deal with the presentation and how you put the presentation there, how you advance the slides and everything else, because it's, as everything else, it's complicated.
I am Menno. Find me if you didn't have training.
Yes, please. Okay, thank you.
Hi, my name is Bernard. I do work for London Internet Exchange. Today I'm going to present the roadmap of 400 gigs that we are currently implementing or running on the London Internet Exchange network. So this is due to the increase of capacity that we are receiving from our members, namely because people are using more connectivity, 5G for example, and data streaming, Netflix, watching movies, and mainly working from home, like a hybrid mode nowadays. So the demand has increased a lot. We also have choose a vendor, which is we're working with partner with Nokia. So today we're going to discuss the challenges and the planning and how we did deploy it in our network. So a bit about London Internet Exchange. So we did establish in 1994. So we are not a non-profit organization, and we have 950 plus members. Our members are basically, CMDs, major cloud companies, and data communication and telecommunication, and also financial and network enterprise. So we are present in 80 different countries. So on the right-hand side, we have seven network, which is basically LAN 1, LAN 2. Both of them are in London. Then we have Manchester, and we have one in Scotland, one in Wales, and the newest one in Jeddah, which is in Saudi Arabia. So here is the stacks as from 5th of April. we can see, so on the right-hand side, we have 81 LINX member connected as from this date. And for new applicants, well, I would say for last year, we have 95 applicants. And for this year, 2022, we have 14 applicants. We're expecting to have more. So the number 7 is the number of LANs we have. We have, in terms of 10 gig ports, we have 1,054, so which will be decreasing. But on the other side, we are expecting, like, in terms of high density, 100 gig ports that will increase from 340 to more. And the new one is a new member that was deployed recently for 400 gigs. Sorry, just to mention, our peak capacity is increasing. So last year at this time, we recorded a capacity at about 5 terabytes per second. Now it's increasing by almost 1 tera. Well, that's what I want to point out. Okay, so for today's agenda, what we are going to discuss is some research. The research phase, why we did choose Nokia as our vendor. The testing phase, the rollout phase, and future plans in our network. So why LINX 400 gigs solution matters to you? So it's basically what we learn. What we learn is lesson learned from POCs, for example. So we have proven that we can work with 2 different vendors. So for example, in LAN 1, before, we only had Juniper as the main providers. But now we have proven that we can combine 2 providers, for example, working with Juniper and with Nokia in the same time. So that was quite challenging. So the second thing we also do is, while getting experience with working with 2 different vendors, as we are IXPs. So IXPs, we usually work with other people, other friends, like AMSIX or DKIX. We share our knowledge or to our members as well. We share what we learn, so it's a good experience. And so also with vendors, so one of the other challenging things with vendors is sometimes vendors and other vendors doesn't agree. So we point out that, oh, this is a requirement and we have to make it work. So they would always say, okay, it's not our fault, so pass it to the other one. So we did have a bit of knowledge on both sides. So we try to make it it's kind of standard way to work together. So yeah, that was kind of a challenging point. But at the end, we only learn by these challenges. This one is on the research phase. So the key objectives, so the main things we do required was, as our LAN 1, we was using VPLS at that point. Our long-term strategy was moving it to EVPN. That was one of our requirements. The second requirement was to give a high-density switch to our members due to the increase of demands, but also providing a fairly low cost. So getting 2 things at the same time. The third point will be, sorry. So third point will be, as we are using our current automation system, we wanted a vendor that will be able to integrate their system, the automation, with our one which we are currently using. So that was one of the requirements. And the last one was to also provide, because we have a diversified portfolio, for example, PI, cloud services, that one also will be a requirement. So if Nokia, for example, could provide us this system to work together, that would be, yes, the last requirement that we basically required.
Bernard, sorry, can you talk to the mic, please? Because if you're moving back, people cannot hear you.
Okay. So after the requirements, that would be the timeline. So that was a difficult time. Then it was in 11th of March when pandemic strike. Staff was forced to work from home. And on 30th of March, that was where we postponed our POC. So POC, that includes converting VPLS to EVPN. So that had to be postponed. And 21st of March is where UK completely shut down. It was completely locked down, so no one can go out. It was yeah, just staying at home. So everything was stuck. Due to that, well, we couldn't go to visit vendors. We couldn't do meetings. So we didn't know basically what to do. But basically, the world was down. So after, well, 2 months, we'd say we have to move forwards. And we start doing, well, approach the vendors by doing like virtual meetings and organizing POC virtually, not POC, but testing, how they might send the device to our lab. So that was one of the solutions that was proposed at that time. Well, in terms of vendors that we were considered at that time was, why not, we were using Juniper, why not still using Juniper for the whole network? But unfortunately, at that time, Juniper did not provide us 400 gigs. And our device we were using at that time was MX960. So it doesn't support MPC10. So that was not an option. Also, the other difficulties we had with Juniper was we were just finishing the removal of PTX, and we didn't want to put PTX back. That was not an option, or even QFX was not a long-term strategy for us. So what we did decide was probably would be deploying an MX10K, so which we already have in our network. But however, the card that was providing at that time, we had a lead time for 400 gigs that would be ready in 2 years. So we couldn't wait. So we had to find another solution. So the other solution would be, why not going through LAN 2 vendors? So in LAN 2 vendors, we're using EdgeCore. EdgeCore is a white box. So, and as an operating system, it uses, what does it use? Sorry, it uses IP Fusion. So at that time, EdgeCore, we couldn't use EdgeCore, first of all, because LAN 1, we designed it to be very, we don't want to put LAN 2 device into LAN 1. We want it to be self-dependent. So in case there is any bug in one of the vendors, we don't want that vendors to be affected to the other network. So that was one of the one of the safety nets that we don't want to use 2 same vendors on the one network. On the EdgeCore side, 400 gigs was not, MPLS was not supported. And on the software side, so EdgeCore doesn't do a renewed of software after 12 months. So that was another issue. So why not changing vendors? New vendors would be Arista, offered a high density port, which is right. offer then automation, correct automation, which is good. But however, they don't provide OEM or VPLS. So at that time, we haven't migrated to EVPN yet. So we still have to work with VPLS. So we could go through that. Then Nokia was there. So it provided us with OEM and VPLS. So it does fit our requirement. What about density and pricing? Good. And we also have evidence and recommendation from other IXPs like France IX and DKIX, which have been using Nokia device, the SR7, on their deployment. So yeah, we give it a try. Now we go for testing. So realignment to the landscape. So basically starting to the new world. So everything is coming back, semi-coming back. Well, in Q3 2020, well, we decided to put on hold, just on hold, because we think that at that time there might be issues in terms of the silicon chips that was not available at the moment. So Asian countries which provides silicon chips was a bit slow in providing those chips. Well, what will we do during that time? So we get a few devices from Nokia. At that time it was SR2, which got two FPCs that was used for testing. And in the same time, we could implement or just do some testing with from EVPN, sorry, from VPLS to EVPN in the lab and see how it goes in the meantime. Then in Q1 2021, we finally migrate to LAN 1 to EVPN. That was a success. And in Q2 2021, there are 3 points to mention actually. There was a shortage of silicon in the market again. So still waiting for the silicon. In the meantime, we haven't given up with Juniper MPC cards. We said, okay, so if that's going to take time, why not using our old device, which is MX960, sorry, using MX960 to use in smaller sites, which doesn't need higher density. So we can use on one slot, maybe we can use 2 or 3 slots for 400 gigs. And in a long-term scale ability, we decided to use, instead of going through the SR2, we might be, for a long term, use SR7, which have 7 slots. So 7 slot means you can get port for the ISLs, and then we can get more members connecting to the ports. So that was one of the solutions. So closing stage, we got our Nokia kit delivered, not in a deployment way, but through testing. So we set it in our lab, configuring and building all the topology in the lab. We finished the POC test in September 2021, and we completed the POC testing for the MPC10. This is for the future labs, for the Juniper labs. So two testing was done. So the rollout now. Timescale wise, October 2021. So 6 weeks. We took 6 weeks to deploy the SRX7s, and 6 weeks it includes cross connect delivery of power to the data center, plus ordering optics, etc. So our first member, actually, we did connect them on November 2021. So the next step, so now our deployment, we can connect our members in Telehouse East, in one of the major campus, And also the other one is in Equinix, in Dolenc. So nowadays we do support two types of optics for 400 gigs, namely LR8. LR8 is for 10 kilometers long distance, and for shorter range it will be FR4. FR4, which is 2 kilometers. Future plans. So future plans will be upgrading to Manchester. So future plan will be, well, testing CNRs, which is our optical transport device. So at the moment it can do only 200 gigs, but we're planning to increase the capacity while buying new device and do POC on CNRs plus smart optics that can support 400 gigs. So more capacity to support growing in West London, where the big providers are, like well, in Ratings, Microsoft, and well, big data centers. And namely in cloud, so that would be it. Further plans, we're planning to expand in Manchester with an Innova, which is in the US, so providing 400 gigs. If you have any questions, so you can contact the sales team. Happy to help, or even get a discount. Any questions for me?
Thank you, Bernard.
I have two questions.
Yeah, we have text questions.
Yeah, from the remote participants. So the first question is from Alexander Isavin from Free Moscow University. What is the LINX position on sanctions by UK, EU, and other countries of presence?
Oh, sorry, can you repeat?
What is the LINX position on sanctions by UK, EU, or other countries?
I'm afraid I can't answer this question.
And we have question from Peter Sieber from Arnes. As seen, you have members that are connected with lower speeds, 10G. Do you observe any queue drops on those lower speed links if traffic is hitting from high speed 100 gig ports to those with lower speeds? Are you using switches with buffers to handle this kind of issues?
Sorry. So when it reaches at a certain, let 80%, the packet will drop. But we do use, for example, the Nokia and the Juniper. We have special, circuits that can handle the queue, so there's no packet drops.
Okay, thank you very much.
We have Jelena in the queue.
You have another text question?
No, we have Jelena Cosic as a participant in the queue. Oh, we don't have her.
She's out the queue now. Jelena, would you like to ask? Nope. Just testing the buttons, huh? Okay, thank you. All right. Desiree, where are you? Where is Desiree? Now we have lightning talks. I saw her in the room before. Hmm? 2 minutes. Okay, so we have 2 minutes when Desiree is coming to the room. Oh boy. Okay, so I think Piotr volunteered to sing a song.
I knew it will be like that. No, you don't want to hear that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else is a singer? No? We don't have singers here. Yeah. Would you like to ask the community anything? Would you like to say something?
Actually, yes. My name is Piotr. How do you enjoy the first 2 years in-person meeting? More applause?
Yeah,
this goes to the committee and, you know, all the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Željka, 10, ajde. So Desiree will talk about a very, very cool project. Well, too late. Željka will talk about a very cool project, Klimerko, that's going on in Serbia. And it's all about IoT and measuring the quality of air that we are breathing. So as soon as her presentation is shared, she will begin. Thank you.
Do you have a token for the?
Lovely, and thank you for the introduction. It's really nice to be back in Ljubljana. I was here before the COVID in February 2020, and it's great to be back and see so many faces I know and also meet some new friends. So for those who don't not know me, I'm Desiree Miloshevic, and I'm one of the founders of the Internet Society chapter in Belgrade. And as of last year, I'm chairing the board of the Internet Society chapter, as well as of the Šer Fondacija. Some of you might know it's quite active in Serbia. It's a digital rights organization. But daily I actually work as an internet governance expert, and last week I was in New York at the UN-IGF meeting as a representative of the technical community. So today I'm talking about something else, and that is actually a network, IoT network, that has been growing in the Western Balkans, and I wanted to share with you some of the results and some of the data that we have gathered and the things we have done. So as I mentioned before, it's in 2006, when I was setting up the Internet Society, we needed to form a community. And how do you do that? Well, I think first you need an informal space, and then you need to organize a lot of events. So I donated a space in 2012 to set up a hack club space in Belgrade. And there some of the community with LINX user group has joined us, Wikimedia and Creative Commons and so on. And together we started to get new members as the ISOC chapter, but also the community was growing. So in 2015, I set up something called DESCON, which is an ecology hackathon. It was an informal space, and we had 6 of those so far every year. And we wanted to tackle all sorts of things that are to do with security, IoT, design, fashion, atmosphere, and ecology. It was a broad thing, and so we wanted to think out of the box. However, we did come across one of the problems that we do not see covered in the media very much, and that is the pollution in the Western Balkans, especially in Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Belgrade is usually found as one of the worst polluted countries in the world. Sometimes it's number 1, sometimes it's number 2 and 3. So we needed to find a response somehow to deal with that problem. And here it is how the Klimerko network started. At DESCON 2018, we designed the first prototype of Klimerko. Klima means climate, and Meriti means Merko is a cute name for a device, so that people could feel, I think, something towards it after they assemble it. It's an open source device, an open hardware device, and we have just currently building also an open source platform, because currently it's sourced on another platform. So the GitHub is code is there. You can find it on DESCON Belgrade, and this is what it also looked like. It's a very small device, Arduino based, and it is sending. It has a sensor that is measuring particular matter 2.5, 1, and 10, and it sends over the Wi-Fi the sensor measurements and onto a platform every 5 minutes. However, you can adjust it to send it every hour or every 3 hours. We'd like to actually have the data on an hourly basis. So the slides have gone somewhere. Let me find them. Well, I don't know where the slides are.
It shows this one here. You might have to click them through.
Okay.
But you can do that.
Okay, we're back here. Thank you for your patience. So this is the device, and this is what it does. And then in order to get awareness about the problem in the Western Balkans and in the area, in our community, we have made a couple of videos that explain the problem, the severity of how to deal with that, and it had we have found that people in the community are responding really well, wanting to make it one of their own, and also the network has now really grown. And you can see on this slide there's about 320 devices or more every day are coming up of more Klimerko devices sending the data, sensing the data, and sending it in the cloud. We also have seen that in Croatia, Zrak Možemo.hr has taken our code and the box and labeled it as Zrak Možemo. So we see now that there's some of the sensors also being deployed in Istria and Bosnia and so on. You know, we get a little bit of popularity once you hit Reddit and people discuss about your project. It really helps because everybody would like to join. So Reddit Serbia just last month featured the project. And on the left-hand side, you can see something else we're doing. It's called Klimerko Pro, where we, for the first time, doing some gas sensors in addition to particular matter. So we'd like to build the scope. Anyhow, and this is the data I wanted to share with you. We have looked at Klimerko measurements in the city of Bor, where is one of the biggest coal mines and a lot of heavy industry. And we have collocated some of the Klimerko devices together with the official SEPA station, which is the Serbian Environmental Protection Agency station. So they have much more expensive machines that are measuring. However, the data is not available on a daily or hourly basis. It's available usually after 1 year, which is not really useful to people who are living in these areas and who want to plan their activities. So on this diagram, you can see closely that the orange line is the measurement of Klimerko PM concentration in the air, and the blue line is of the SEPA station. So you can see that there's a lot of overlap and data alignment. And we have also done that with a couple of other cities. And for the cities where we lack data, we use some of Copernicus EU mathematical modeling. So we have some results, and we did not take, we only took and compared data from the devices that were 75% up. You can find this report on the website, so you can look at the reference. And we really want to say there is out there a vibrant community that wants to solve and re-engineer and rebuild our society towards something more sustainable and towards something that is long-term. So the community is out there, and it's really looking to do more projects. I wanted to invite you, our previous slide just showed some of the things that we've done with UNICEF and A1 and UNDP and Open Society. They're all really hungry how to give citizen science a more prominent role in the society and how people get involved with IoT technology as well. And this last slide is the theme for the DESCON 7.0 that will take place in Belgrade on May 28th and 29th. And if you have any questions and you would like to join us, it's open to everyone. Check us out online, send us an email, or talk to us in the coffee break. Thank you.
Thank you, Željka. I would love to run one of your devices at my house. So, okay, we have Daniel Karenberg has a question. We still have 1 minute left.
Yeah, I'm Daniel Karenberg. I'm a big fan of distributed measurement, as people will know. My question is, you said it's open hardware and you can get the software on the not mentioned platform.
On klimerko.org platform.
Okay. How do you get the devices out to people? Do they have to build their own, or can they buy them somewhere? What's your strategy of getting more and more of them out there?
Yeah, it's a good strategy for RIPE Atlas too. So you cannot buy the device. You can go online and you can find out the list of things we have in the device, and you can order it yourself. Most of it comes from China, but you can print at your hackerspace a 3D box. And how do we distribute this? We actually run open calls for people to apply and want to adopt one for 2 to 5 years and look after them and keep them on Wi-Fi. And we worked, as I said, with UNDP and UNICEF for schools, projects in schools. So we look for partners that are looking to support the further distribution of networks.
So it's distributed making and distributing of these things.
Yes, you could probably get a kit, but yes, we cannot sell anything. It's everything is out there, open source and
thank you.
Online. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you for the question.
Thank you very much. Please. So Rene Fichtmueller will talk about a project that is very close to my heart, about keep the Ukraine connected. Yeah? Yeah. Let's see if that works. No. You press, then he needs to. Yeah.
So, ping pong, yeah. Hello, my name is Rene. I'm normally working for a company. We're doing some optical stuff. And since 2 years, 3 years, I'm also a colleague of Jan Sander and working together for the Global NOC Alliance on a volunteer basis. Means we are supporting NOC meetings with a couple of mentoring and also software like Call for Paper platform Isidro. But at some point, we had a mindset change. It was 24th of February. The war started in Ukraine, and nothing was like before. And I decided to have a cool trip with a Facebook friend. He was driving a 40-ton truck, and I was driving a 7.5 tons truck from Berlin to Ukraine via Poland, Kosovo, and then going to Ukraine to deliver humanitarian goods. And after I came back, some schedule what we had was like 11 hours drive straight from Berlin to the border to Ukraine, to Kochova, with 2 hours sleep on the main street in Krakow. Then we had a deloading and reloading truck on truck, back on back in 2 hours. And yeah, then we was going back 11, 13 hours straight to Berlin. And yeah, so then we had a board call from Global NOC Alliance, and I shared my experience, what happens during I was at the border to Ukraine, and I spoken to a lot of people in Ukraine. They're supporting also, or they are responsible for critical infrastructures like telecommunication, internet infrastructures, and we decided to establish a task force and keep Ukraine connected was born. And it was like hectic. It was, we have a mission to support people. We have this understanding. We are the link between the local community and also to all the vendors and content providers and big companies. And we started with nothing from the scratch, only with the idea and the mission together, and saying, okay, we will see what happens, and then we see what we want to do with the stuff, what is arrived. And then I had a conference or a fair in Rust. It was a cloud fest. I was 1 week away from home, and after the 3rd day, my wife was sending me pictures of a lot of stuff, what is arriving at home, and said, okay, we need other solution, we need a warehouse or whatever. Everything is full right now. So, and yeah, this is like, it was only one delivery. It was like a van, 3.8 tons. It was with 1 tons of equipment, servers, antennas, etc. Yes, and then we had this feeling, yes, we are a little bit overloaded with all this incoming donation requests, and also requests we want to claim some donated hardware in for Ukraine. And then Sander built up a database, a supply and demand database. So we had this opportunity, everyone who wants to donate stuff can get an access to our database. He can exactly write in or put in all informations, the device description, and also the other side from Ukraine. They can create an account or getting an account from us and can claim some equipment what we had on stock. This is like only a short view behind the curtain. It's a very simple database. We want to overload anything. It's a straightforward database. You can put in what you want. You can put in the description your name. You can tag your name, and also the claimer can request to claim some donated hardware. But then we have seen we got a lot of donations. We got a lot of donations like hardware, also money, but also this donated hardware needs to go straight to Ukraine. And I'm living outside of Berlin. I was driving the truck last time. I'm driving the truck in the next days again to Ukraine with 2 tons of equipment, etc. And yes, it was time to look to partners, and we are working right now together with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Also with DEPS, this is normally a local distributor and reseller for hardware and also software in Ukraine, but they're supporting us with the local supply chain to bring the stuff from the warehouse in Lviv to Mariupol, Kiev, etc. to all regions there needs our equipment. And also with the Ukrainian Internet Association. And yeah, which is cool, but what we're trying right now is to establish stable situation. It's not only a one-shot, like we are collecting donated stuff. We want to establish a real stable supply chain. We are working behind the scenes. This is right now an NDA topic. We are working with a couple of other partners together to build up a proper marketplace for the future. And then we have this positive thing, everyone, when you have old stuff in your data center and you want to kick it out, you can send it to us, we can collect them, and the requests as they're needed in Ukraine as example for this case, they can claim it, and then we have a logistic company behind the scenes and they are transporting and shipping this directly to the Ukraine. So this is not a one shot, we want to build up a stable concept also for all kind of disasters like earthquakes, etc. Then we have a playbook. We can immediately ad hoc look for local partners, like local people out of our internet community, to say, okay, you want to be responsible for this project? Yes, okay. And then we can handle over everything to the local people to solve the issues with the infrastructure rebuilding. Why we are doing this, and I have only 2 minutes left, sorry, I need to be a little bit fast. I want to share a couple of pictures from the Ukrainian friends with destroyed parts of Kiev, Mariupol, etc. You can see here some colleagues from a ISP are splicing in the field directly. You see everything is a little bit hard at the moment when you see these pictures, and we're getting a lot of pictures from all these Ukrainian friends right now. This is, I can't find words for it. This is hard. This is one of the last 5G towers, Jan. It was Mariupol, I think, which has fallen 2 weeks ago. Yes, and this is a statement from the Internet Association of Ukraine. Yeah. What are our next steps? As I mentioned before, we are working on a stable basis to have an overview of all donated donations, all donated equipment, also all donated money. We need to make sure we can track all requests. We have a warehouse. When I'm going back from Ukraine to Berlin, I will visit a warehouse in Poland, so we can ship all donated stuff directly to Poland, and then from Poland with own drivers from Poland directly to Ukraine. And we need to make sure we have a working supply chain / logistic. And how long it works to figure out everything, including this local contacts in Ukraine, 3 weeks. It was done in 3 weeks. And that's the reason why I'm saying, when you have an idea, do it. That's a big point. We have friends there. Normally we have also the ENOC in this region, and we have a lot of friends in Russia. We have a lot of community friends also in Ukraine, and we need to support the Ukrainian colleagues right now. Yes, absolutely. Many special thanks. Corinne, Natalie, it's not here, Lara, sorry, but get well soon. Jan, Sandra, Natalia from Ukrainian Internet Association, Bogdana, and all the colleagues of DEPS to support us with the local supply chain. Thanks. Any questions?
Thank you, Rene. This was great.
Yeah, fast.
There's no people in the queue. Oh, no text questions. So everything is clear. Thank you, Rene. All right, now we have coffee break, and please be back in half an hour when we will have the panel about the history in ex-Yugoslavia internet from the technical point of view. Thank you very much. Now it works. Welcome back. This is the panel session, and first, as an introduction to the panel, Slobodan Markovic will present sort of like his findings. He wrote a really good book, and Jelena Cosic will also present their findings about some history of the internet and how things are looking here. And let me tell you a little story about this panel. So Slobodan submitted the presentation to the program committee, and I said, well, why just listening about these people and looking at these people on the slides? Why don't we invite these people to come up on the stage and talk about this? And then the idea of the panel started. So here we are, Slobodan and Jelena. Thank you.
Zdravo svima, pozdrav za sve prisutne kao i za one koji nas prate online. Velika mi je čast i zadovoljstvo što imam priliku da zajedno sa Slobom sa vama podelim priču o delu istorije zemlje u kojoj smo nas dvoje rođene i verovatno većina ljudi prisutnih ovde. Now switch to English. I'm sorry, I just wanted to say a few words in our language. My name is Jelena and I work as a community builder for the Southeastern Europe with the RIPE NCC. I'm based in Belgrade, Serbia. And today Slobodan and I will try to tell you the story of internet in Yugoslavia, which is a very interesting one with many different aspects to it. But since we are limited with time, we will mainly focus on technical aspects. But of course, we will also talk about other events and developments that heavily influenced the way that the story unfolded. But before we dive into the story of Yugoslavian internet, I wanted to share a brief reminder of how the networking initiatives in Europe looked like around the same time. So European telecommunications landscape in the 70s and 80s was dominated by monopolies of powerful state-owned PTT organizations who were unwilling to lose that position and had a very tight grip on standards related to the use of the lines. And with the invention of packet switching technology and different ideas on how to implement it, some form of international standardization was necessary. Competing networking models of networking emerged. So on one hand, we had TCP/IP, coming from the American academic researchers with ARPA project. And on the other hand, it was the OSI model being developed at the international level in the bodies like ITU and ISOC. And both of these models were open, unlike the proprietary industry standards that were in the use at the time. But that openness at the end may have worked against the OSI model. During the 80s, this was a period of a very intense debate. Engineers, PTT organizations, governments, private corporations, all became polarized over the issue of which networking protocol would be the best one and the most robust, would result in the most robust computer network. And there are many different reasons to why European governments and European Commission chose the OSI model. A big part of that is that European Commission was mainly interested in supporting European telecommunication sector by promoting their X25 and ATM standards, which were being developed at the international level through the OSI model. But on the other hand, research communities around Europe had a very specific need to be able to work with their colleagues in Europe and in the US. And a big breakthrough when it comes to building those connections was the establishment of European Academic and Research Network, EARN, in 1983. So ABM offered the use of international nodes to every country that chose to participate, and those nodes would get connected to the American research network called BitNet. In exchange, these networks would be using IBM's proprietary network protocol. European Community, now European Union, also funded transnational research projects, but they were mainly based on European standards. And one of those was Eureka's COSAN project. The main goal was to build an international X25 interconnection, ICSI, pan-European private X25 network that was based on 64 4 kilobits leased lines with the main purpose of supporting research communities in Europe. And towards the 80s, there were many different efforts on coordinating European networks, which were using various protocols. And many of those efforts were outside of the European Community's funding structure. One of them was RIPE. RIPE, this is a document from the very first RIPE meeting in May 1989. So RIPE is an initiative based on voluntary participation and with the goal of providing technical and administrative coordination for the European IP networks. And it doesn't provide the network itself, but rather services to ensure that problems between IP networks that are in operation don't occur. An example of those services is maintenance of RIPE database. And very quickly, the need for a RIPE community coordination center that wasn't voluntary based was recognized. And in 1992, NCC was formally established, and Daniel Karenberg, who will be joining us during the panel, was the first manager. So another important note is that that allocation of IP address space wasn't one of the NCC's initial activities, and that's why later you will see that those very first assignments to Yugoslavian networks were not made by NCC, but another organization called Internik. And here we have global map of connectivity from the 1991. And I will just explain for if it's not possible to see a small font. So in purple, we see countries who had, at that time, already had internet connection. So most of the Western world. In green, we see countries who were only able to exchange email by UCP. In yellow are the countries who had no connection at all. And in red, we see that a lot of countries in Central Europe, including Yugoslavia, were able to had connections to BitNet, but not to the internet. And Sloba will try to explain how that happened. And in 1997, we can see that by that time, most of the countries in the world were connected to the internet, with some exceptions in Africa and Asia. So what was happening in Yugoslavia at that time? As you can see on the map, Yugoslavia had a very unique geopolitical position during the Cold War. It was positioned right in the middle of the Iron Curtain. And practically this meant that unlike countries in the Eastern Bloc, Yugoslavia was not affected by these sanctions measures that restricted the export of Western military and information technology equipment. Being a socialist regime, import was still heavily restricted by the government in order to protect the domestic manufacturers. But we still think that import of Western computers during the 80s played a significant role when it comes to the success of future networking initiatives. And just a reminder that even in the 80s, Yugoslavia was already facing very serious economic and political crisis. And during the 70s, there were few attempts at establishing a national scientific and technical information network that was to connect different information systems across the country, like public and industrial libraries, archives, computer centers, etc. And an expanded strategy accompanied a new federal law on information systems in 1981, but this very quickly ran into serious obstacles that included lack of available infrastructure for data transfers, lack of competent people who would be able to run those projects, incompatible hardware and software solutions, and a noticeable divide between republics when it comes to existing infrastructure. So these efforts from the 70s and early 80s were not really successful. But Slobo will now talk about the ones that came just a few years later, and he will try to explain how their approach was different. Sorry.
Well, not actually different, but a continuation of these efforts. It is important to understand that a couple of factors actually, coincided in the 80s, and these were on the infrastructure level, on the political level, and on the level of people who were setting up all these networks and setting up these initiatives. So these things actually converged in the 80s to form the backbone of the first packet network in Yugoslavia, and then connect Yugoslavia to the internet. So here we see JUPAK. It was a project to build a national packet network based on the ISO protocol, so X25 network. The agreement to form this network and the layout of the architecture of the network was agreed by the subnational PTT organizations in 1983, but they couldn't reach an agreement to jointly procure the equipment. So following what Jelena just mentioned, each subnational PTT organization initiated the procurement process by themselves, and Slovenia started first in 1983, followed by Croatia next year, Serbia, etc. And of course, it took some time to procure and install the equipment. So commercially, the network went online in Slovenia in 1986, and in Croatia and Serbia a couple of years later. This is the planned map of the network. It was never implemented to the full extent. The nodes, the main nodes in Ljubljana, Zagreb, and Belgrade were installed, and some of the nodes in other cities, but unfortunately, this map was never realized actually. And this probably shows again this the line of this digital divide that Jelena mentioned, which went across Ljubljana, Zagreb, and Belgrade. Of course, the people who were at the forefront of this were from the academia, and academic and research institutions from Yugoslavia participated even before JUPAK in various projects and initiatives aimed at connecting European researchers. And of course, they cooperated with the colleagues in the United States as well. So Slovenian and Croatian research institutions participated in projects since 1978 and 1984. They connected to Euronet, one of the first European networks. After that, at the end of the 80s, again, Slovenian and Croatian institutions participated in the UUCP exchange via EUNet, while in Serbia, the University of Belgrade connected to Bitnet and ERN via Austrian ERN in Linz. The major project that actually brought internet to Yugoslavia was Eureka COSIN project that Jelena mentioned, and to participate in this project, Borka Jerman Blažić from the Institute Jožef Stefan wrote a project and applied for funding. There was a fund that was set up in 1986 by Božidar Matić, who was then the Minister of Science and Technology in Branko Mikulic's government. And this project was accepted. So this was actually Yugoslav contribution to the COSIN project. And the consortium, which proposed this project, also established a separate organization. it was envisaged at that time that once the UNET and once the COSIN project expire, UNAC will continue on building the Yugoslav academic network. In 1989, Borka Blažić again applied with Jelena to get a .yu domain name, which was operational in 1989. And in 1991, only 10 days before Slovenia's secession from Yugoslavia, the connection to ICSI, this X25 pan-European network, was established. At that time, the transition to TCP/IP already started in Europe, so there were already preparations to establish first internet connections, and this happened in November 1991. It happened through this same internet link, which connected Ljubljana and Vienna. But of course, it was encapsulation TCP/IP over X25. On the other part of the country, in Serbia, there was a parallel initiative to connect Belgrade to the internet using the same connection that connected Austrian and Serbian bitnet nodes. And Mirjam Tasic, we will have her on the panel as well later, applied with Internic to get the first IP allocations and worked to set up DNS servers and everything else needed to get an internet connection, but this never actually materialized because in May 1992, the UN Security Council imposed sanctions on what was left out of Yugoslavia, meaning Serbia and Montenegro. And I've put here a letter from the one of the members of the board of ERN at that time, informing the rector of the Belgrade University about termination of this line. Of course, and unfortunately, war erupted in Yugoslavia right about that time. It started with a 10-day war in Slovenia at the end of June and the beginning of July 1991. Of course, communication infrastructure was one of the first targets of Yugoslav People's Army air raids, and this is an image of one of the destroyed communication stations, Kum, which suffered damage on the 2nd of July 1991. Luckily, these connections were quickly repaired, so JUPAK continued to function. It is interesting that the researchers on all sides started using this network to, spread information on what was going on, which was, a bit controversial at the time. So depending on who you ask, they were alerting the international community on what was going on or spreading propaganda. Unfortunately, as UNET projects functioning came from the federal level, this stopped in October 1991. And around that time, the war in Croatia escalated as well. And communication, because the war in Croatia was much more violent, JUPAK lines were severed, and really western part of the country disconnected from the eastern part. JUPAK finally ended some 6 months later with the start of war in Bosnia. On the first day of this war, the main post office in Sarajevo was burned down, and with it, all communications lines were severed, of course, marking, the factual end of JUPAK. I mentioned already that these days also the Security Council imposed sanctions on Serbia and Montenegro, the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. It's interesting to note that these sanctions excluded PTT traffic, which included X25. So you could, theoretically speaking, use X25 network to connect from Belgrade to some other node in Europe or the States. But as scientific cooperation was denied and provision of commercial services was prohibited, that meant effective effective isolations of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia from the internet. And since that moment, basically the development of the internet went on a separate tracks. And Jelena will now mention a few words about this. Let me just finish by saying that there were phenomenal projects which still tried to establish lines in communication between the warring countries of the former Yugoslavia, even during the war. One of these was Zamir BBS network, and we will have one cut from one of the co-founders in this network in the panel to follow.
So we will try to be very quick now. So we at the NCC try to produce, well, we produced a couple of very interesting graphs and visualizations showing the IP transfers to Yugoslavia networks. And this is a timeline of those first assignments, plus some critical political events that were happening. All of these assignments, except the last one, were made by Internik. And in 1992, it was the RIPE NCC that made the assignment to University of Maribor in Slovenia. There are a couple of things that I find very interesting to see here. First is just how clearly you can show that the transition to IP was correlating in time with the breakup of the country. And secondly, it shows that it were academic institutions who were leading this transition. Also, what was interesting to see is the generous assignments of B classes to universities in Yugoslavia. Then this is an example of an email exchange between people working at the Institute of Jožef Stefan in Ljubljana regarding those very first Internik assignments. So Internik allocated 19 Class C networks who were further assigned to academic and commercial organizations across the country. And here is an interesting graph that was made by my colleague Rene. And shout out to Rene. He might be watching us from Amsterdam right now. He put a lot of his time and effort in producing this, and what he did was to combine data from multiple sources, and this graph covers the period from 1991 to 2003. And he started with using data from RIPE delegated stats that hold the most accurate information about the registration dates. And then he combined that with the data from RIPE registry and RIPE database to be able to find the country codes, so countries where those assignments ended up. He also used historical files and documents like the email exchange that we just showed to confirm, to validate the accuracy of those very first assignments. And this is not 100% accurate, it's more of an estimation because the historical files that were transferred from Internik to Aaron and then to NCC don't always update the country codes. And that's why it was necessary to reconstruct this time period by using different sources of data. And another graph that covers a different time period. This is from 2003 to 2013. And again, Rene used delegated stats, RIPE delegated stats for this graph. And due to this problem with the country codes, there are a few glitches, like the sudden appearance of the EU country code. And this is a direct consequence of those transfers from Aaron to RIPE NCC. And once those files got updated, country codes got updated in 2012, we can see that most of those assignments ended up in organizations in Serbia, Montenegro, and Albania. So since we don't have much time, I will just not, I will move, but please spend time there. There are many interesting things about this graph. And to conclude, so Yugoslavia did have a unique position during the Cold War, and this translated into some unusual stories about how Yugoslav republics ended up getting their internet connection. And from the very first Yugoslavia, the differences between economic development between different parts of the country were pretty obvious, and this influenced their abilities to invest in their development, including in telecommunication sector. And once JUPAK was created, it became the primary telecommunications infrastructure, but it was mainly used by academia, enterprise, and governmental systems who were able to afford it. As we saw the map of the planned JUPAK nodes, it was planned to cover the whole, like every big city in Yugoslavia, but that project was never centralized, and it was rather left to subnational PTT organizations in each republic who had different funds, different resources, and different approaches to this. And that's why Slovenia, Serbia, and Croatia were the first ones who got their connections. Others lagged a few years behind, or in some cases, just never finished building the infrastructure before the war happened. When it comes to IP, we can see that people working in academia were the ones who were making those first steps towards transition. And another important contribution came from the generation of microcomputer enthusiasts from the 80s, whose ideas and genuine curiosity and interest in new technologies led to their faster adoption. They formed first end-user communities and later first commercial ISPs. And that's it from us. I think we have a few minutes to answer your questions.
Are there any questions? I don't see anybody in the queue. You want to ask a question? Go on the mic and ask the question. This bloody technology.
Thank you. This is a wonderful prehistory of internet, and I'm looking forward to a lot of follow-up stories of the other aspects that are not only based on infrastructure, but as you claim there, the user-led and the DNS history and so on. So are you planning on expanding this?
Might be planning, maybe.
Yes, this was the idea. We're just here providing a context for actually the panel with the guys who actually made Future 30 years ago.
Would you like to invite the panelists up on stage?
If there are no more questions, yes, panelists, please come join us.
Thank you. So.
I'm going to use this to start. I can hide that I have a script.
Oh, it's okay, it's okay. We will also need a couple of mics here.
No, I'm not speaking.
You can turn off this one, please. Okay, so we're not missing something. That was my place, but doesn't matter. I will stand. No, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. So we have a really great panel here of basically internet pioneers in Europe and former Yugoslavia. And we will now hear their stories. I also hope, and you will correct me, we have Mirjam Tasic from Belgrade online, right?
Right.
We do?
I'm there.
Thank you, Miro. So we have Mirjam Tasic as well from Belgrade here. And let me first start with Daniel Karenberg. Daniel is basically living legend. I mean, he was induced into the Internet Hall of Fame, and he initiated the EUNet. Also was one of the founders of RIPE. He still serves as the chief scientist in RIPE. And as you were instrumental basically in bringing Europe from OSI to IP, I'd like you to start this session with your overview of the situation at that time and the main events. So, please.
Yeah, I'll use this so I can hide that I have a script. Hello, everyone. I did not initiate EUNet, but I helped it along with so many things. I did not initiate RIPE either. I was at the first meeting. But let me give you set the stage on what was happening in networking land in the 1980s. And then your local colleagues can tell you all the war stories on what happened here. So if we look at the second half of the 1980s, like 1985 onwards, can you imagine there was no internet? There was no internet really outside the research and development community, scientific community in the United States. And even in the United States, only a small subset of that research and development community had access to the internet. Networking, as we would define it today, was really a collection of islands. These islands were very often along the lines of professions or professional communities. The meteorologists had their own network, obviously. They were really pioneers there because they wanted to have all the observations and collect them. The banks had networks, would you believe it or not? And in the scientific area, there were like a number of big community-based networks. One was called HEPNET, High Energy Physics Network, where all the high energy physicists shared data, because they were one of the first communities that had really large, expensive experiments, and only a few of them, like the particle accelerators at CERN in Geneva, and not every institute could have their own particle accelerator. So they wanted to actually work on the data, and they wanted to do it from home. They needed networking. There were the university computing centers. You know, who knows what a computing center is? That's not everyone. See, because computers were big. You know, I remember a computer room at CERN that was about twice the size of this hall, and there was one computer in it, and it consisted of lots and lots of rows of cabinets. And these things were then concentrated in centers, and these centers were a community, and they connected to each other. It was very often IBM computers, and so they had this EARN network that was mentioned earlier, that was actually financed by IBM as a sort of a customer relations kind of thing. And then you had the computer scientists, who at the time were just struggling to become accepted. And they were, many of them were using Unix, an operating system that we still know about, but at the time was pretty obscure. And that came with some networking built in too. So the computer scientists tended to have EUNet. And there's a whole story behind that. I won't bore you with that. So we had islands that were based on community, but they were also based on software, because the physicists in HEPNet used DECnet from Digital Equipment Corporation. And that meant in order to connect to the network, they had to have a DEC machine. So it was only one kind of computer that would actually talk to the same kind of computer. The same with EARN. Like Jelena has already said, it was IBM computers that talked to each other. And in EUNet, it was Unix computers. Well, that was a little bit special because Unix ran on very many different computers. That wasn't new. At the time, it was, if you bought a computer, the operating system came with it. It came with the machine, was supplied by the vendor of the hardware as a extra. Yeah, usually even for free. If you buy this expensive computer, you get the operating system just for free. And Unix was special because it ran on different kinds of machines. So that is the scene sort of in the middle of the 80s. At the same time, if you wanted to actually connect and transfer data other than in a local building, it was very expensive. You had to use things like the JUPAK network. There were different ones in different countries actually run by the PTT. Those PTTs were monopolies. So you could only go to one place to actually get data communications. You could only go to one place in each country to get a leased line and things like that. And so they were very expensive because it was monopolies. And then if you wanted to transmit data internationally between two countries, there were two monopolies involved, so the price was even higher. You can imagine, one monopoly, another monopoly, price is 3 times as much. So this was the scene where we had to actually had to deal with. Now, what happened sort of towards the end of the 1980s, there was a little change because, first of all, in the US, the internet escaped the academic community. There were the first ISPs were born, PSINet and UUNet, and they actually started the KIX, the Commercial Internet Exchange, which is the mother of all internet exchanges. And I can tell you, I was there when it was starting. It was just one router in one place. But what was new about it is that anybody could connect to it, not just the scientific community funded by the government. So this was happening. What also was happening in Europe is that all these islands that were there, like EARN, EUNet, HEPNet, we were interconnecting them. We were not interconnecting them in an internet way, but we were interconnecting them on the application layer. And the universal application was electronic mail. So we made all sorts of electronic mail gateways, very much improvised. And that is sort of the first internet working that was happening. And we had many of those gateways because, as I told you, communication was expensive. So if you had traffic inside one country, you didn't want it to leave the country because that was 3 times as expensive. And if you even went intercontinental, you couldn't pay for it, basically. What we also did is we found the pricing level of the monopolies was that if you got this much internet, it costs X, and if you got twice as much, it didn't cost twice X, it cost a little bit more. So the more bandwidth you bought, you got sort of a volume discount. And that led those networks like EUNet and HEPNet, for instance, and the emerging national research networks to cooperate. Because if we all bought our own line, we got less bandwidth than if we shared and got this volume discount. So the first international lines that were shared were between Amsterdam and CERN and between Amsterdam and Stockholm. And that sort of became a little bit of a backbone of networks. And every little island ran their own protocols across those lines. It was really funny. And then, sort of in the beginning of the 90s, when the history in Yugoslavia started, we were just beginning to use TCP/IP. And we were doing that because we had those leased lines anyway, or we had X25 that was paid by, co-signed by the European Commission, where we could run IP on. And we would turn those lines that ran the proprietary protocols of the computer manufacturers, we would turn them one by one into IP lines, because it was easier to manage and you could run everything else on top of IP. And so we sort of slowly built the internet. And that is sort of the stage where we were when all the stuff in Yugoslavia happened. So my job is done. I just set the stage, and I don't know what Slova's plans are for now.
Thank you. Okay, I want to start with August and Darko. First, tell me, how old were you at that time? I know that you were just out of university, right?
Well, my name is Darko Bulat, if you didn't mention, but nevertheless, I was born in 1965. So at about 25, I was about 25 in 1990. But my involvement with telecommunications, I first have to say that I was very lucky in choosing the faculty. I went to the Faculty of Electrotechnics in Zagreb, which had the perfect laboratory for the telecommunications. They actually had their own X25 node inside, and VAX VMS computers and Unix computers and TCP/IP networks. These things were not connected, not in the sense that today, but it was good laboratory to do things.
But you were more interested in hacking, in yes. Amigas and PC. Yes, and
yes, but to start with the X25, this was a nice way to investigate what technology can offer for free, because it was on faculty premises. I didn't pay for the packets. X25 in those days were extremely expensive, especially if you go outside of your own country. Hacking the way through the X25 enabled me to find out all these nodes that you had on the map. I went from one node to another and saw how things are working. But X25 networks was also global. So you could, in a way, dial, so to speak, address, for example, in the United States, and through magic called dial out, you could, in theory, dial over the telephone line somewhere in the United States into internet node or into BBS or something. So there were many layers of different technologies, all disconnected with one another. So for me, it was a challenge how to master this technology, how to do something in my home. So
you initiated one of the first BBSs, yes, in former Yugoslavia, Zagreb BBS.
Actually, yes, that was in February 1988, and it was one computer. First it was Atari, then later it was IBM PC, even with its own line, and it was humming all night.
How did you manage to get a line for the BBS? Was it your home line?
Yeah, it was in my home. It was in my home. I mean, I had to pay for it. And
the family didn't bother. I mean, they were okay with it.
Just several days ago, I said somewhere that I was very lucky with my father as well. He provided the food and the shelter and everything, and gave me freedom to experiment, to experiment with whatever. So I never took drugs, I never drank alcohol. So I spent all my money on the computers and the telephone lines. So sorry.
Yeah, it had to go somewhere, yeah, of course.
Yeah, but it was a process. Then after finding a job at the Institute Ruđer Bošković, I expanded tenfolds. We then managed to get some old VAX from a colleague in the United States. We brought it in the institute, and slowly and gradually mastered the technology enough so that this VAX was connected to the EUNet, and Daniel Karenberg and his colleague Piet Bertema were instrumental in those days. That was late 90. Yes.
So what struck you about the internet when you first saw it?
how easy it is to get machines connected to one another. Well, the the word internet goes from internetworking, which means connecting networks rather than connecting hosts, which was in X25 you were connecting hosts to the some network nodes, and that was it. With the internet, with internetworking, you connected networks instead of rather hosts. So this was really very nice technology, very easy technology, unlike ISO, which had standards adopted every 4 years in some committees with the standards that were sold for money, and with the almost non-existent implementations on ordinary hardware. TCP/IP was really abundant. Standards were adopted through very nice RFC process. You had proposal, you have first implementation, and you have acceptance of the standard, and things were really happening very fast in TCP/IP arena. So, from my perspective, it was immediately clear that TCP/IP is here to stay, and all other technologies will probably lag behind, either being proprietary, like earn bitnet, or designed and overdeveloped and under implemented, like OSI.
You also assisted with setting up this internet connection at Institute Jožef Stefan. I will talk more with August about that. But tell me, you also founded one of the first ISPs in Slovenia and also struggled with the incumbent. So can you share some experiences about that?
Yes, I was also sued by Telecom, I believe, in sometimes, but never mind. It's like this, that after I came to Slovenia, well, the break of Yugoslavia meant that Croatia and Slovenia were two separate countries. I also had a girlfriend first and then wife in Slovenia, which I happened to meet her over my BBS. So she was one of my BBS customers. Sorry, that's how it was. And I then found a job at the Institute Jožef Stefan, and in doing so, I helped establish this first network. Also wrote the first article on the internet in November '91 in the Monitor magazine, and after that went to work for the company called Hermes Soft Lab, which was one of the first commercial companies that had their own domain, but they were not ISP. They were renovating payment system in Slovenia.
Moved from SDK, right?
Actually, yes. So it took me like half an hour with the managing director to explain the benefits of TCP/IP over X25, rather than X25, because in first draft they envisioned X25 as a network infrastructure. So I got the job because of the TCP/IP, and we also implemented the first wide area network in Slovenia, counting some 77 locations with all the branches and locations in Slovenia. And after that, I established my own ISP. And it ran for about 10 years. I sold it when it was time because big guys came in and stomped everything. But during those 10 years, we had our share of problems with incumbent, because incumbent was, I remember one guy saying that he can do this with small ISPs. And it was very literal. So yeah, it was very tough, and competition law is only on paper to this day. So
thank you for sharing this. I'm sure that Željko will have a similar story, I guess. but first, August, tell us about this first internet connection and Institute Jožef Stefan. I'm really curious you know, about everything technical, you know, what kind of server, what kind of machine was that? How was that, you know, working? What services were running on that machine, etc. Yeah, and we will have to turn on his mic as well. Yeah.
It works.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the first internet connection in this area was established in November 1991 at the Josef Stefan Institute over X25 to Nikev in Amsterdam. And that was achieved on the Sun Microsystems Spark station.
Was it like a pizza box, Sun?
Yeah, it was pizza box and big monitor on top of it. But although it was a small box, it was more than enough powerful for internet connection and later on for some services. But the first service was actually internet, and it enabled us to telnet or FTP and such things.
Do you remember how many people were using this at the time?
This computer was used only internally in one laboratory. So in order to provide internet to the whole institute, I had to connect a local area network to the internet. And that was achieved by PC with 2 Ethernet cards and PC route software. And the most difficult part of achieving that was finding 2 different Ethernet cards, because I was not able to install the same driver twice, which means 2 Ethernet cards of the same time were not useful.
And we of course have to remember that, you know, it was way before Google, so you didn't actually have anyone to turn to. And, you know, I mean, you know, debugging this software was, I guess, also hard. So do you remember how you managed all these problems to solve them?
During the establishment of the first connection, this was done by my colleague. And on the other side, it was, I always forget the name, Martin Terpstra from Nikev, and he also helped a little bit on our side. And but to find different solutions and software, we were always able to use email, because at that time we already have a functional email based on X400, which run over X25, this IXI-XE connection internationally, and we were using gateways between X400 and EARN and bit and internet, which means we were able to look around what's available on the internet, on FTP servers. We were using email encapsulated FTP commands to
you encoded emails.
Yeah, to see what's on the FTP servers and to retrieve information, to retrieve files and so on.
It was also way before web as well.
Pardon?
It was before web was born as well.
Oh, so, yes. And then we started with additional applications. The first one was, of course, email. We had to install some software to get an email server and to have our own Internet X400 email gateway. It was based on software called PP. And after that, we installed Usenet News server on Sun first and then on our microvax, which was actually the main computer where people had their own accounts.
I want to ask you a bit more about that because, of course, this server at the institute that connected to the internet was a rather small part of the networking community in Slovenia at that time. At that time, there was a huge, I would say, huge network of DEC computers called SLON, Slovenia Online. Do you remember something about this network? And who used it?
Actually, this digital computer I mentioned was part of the SLON of our DECnet network, which means that once we installed gateway between digital email, this VAX VMS mail, and internet mail, all the scientists were able to use our internet connection for email exchange.
So that was the time of actually, time of encapsulation, of conversions, gateways.
Yeah, at that time people were used to use many different systems because they started with digital mail, and then they were using, some of them were using UCP for mail, and we had X400, which was heavily used, and then internet mail came. So people were used to use different kinds of email systems, different types of email addresses, and they knew how to route email from one network to another through the gateways.
Thank you for this. When I was researching for my master's thesis on the history of networking in Yugoslavia, I came across the first minutes of one of the first meetings of UNAC. And it's an amazing document where on one side you have names of the people present, and on the other side their email addresses. And each person listed 3 email addresses. One regular email address on the internet, one address on the DECnet, and one address on the BitNet. So it's an amazing document, really. It shows this, spirit of the times, so to speak. When you had a lot of 3 different identities, so to speak. Thank you very much for this, and I would like now to turn to Mira Tasic. I hope that she's with us. Maybe we can even see her. I hope that the guys on the stream see her. Yeah, okay. I don't see her, but I'm waving. Okay, great, Mira. Mira Tasic is an icon of internet in Serbia. She basically connected Serbia to the internet and was for a long time hostmaster of the .yu domain name. And I'm really curious for you to tell us the story about the first BitNet node in former Yugoslavia in Belgrade, and your role in it. And you were at the time a young researcher at the statistical office, right?
Oh, don't say I was network engineer. It's too loud.
Okay. How did it work?
I was those days network engineer in Republic Statistical Office. I started there in 1985, and somewhere in 1987, I was brought to LINX to exchange information with the guy over there, how to connect my computer, which was one IBM. Could someone be done with this very loud voice? Could someone help me? Because I'm not hearing what I'm hearing.
We hear you loud and clear. So, I mean, you can just ignore that and continue.
Oh.
Or try to ignore it.
Yeah, that's better. Now I don't hear myself. I was brought to LINX to exchange information how to connect IBM and Ukraine, on which I was working as network engineer, to something which is called European Academic and Research Network. The history of this is a little bit long. It lasted, let's say, at least 1 year before that, because some people from the University of Belgrade, faculty for mathematics and physics and chemistry, showed that something exists in academic community which gives opportunity to the people in the community to exchange mails. And they were keen to get the same thing in Serbia or in Yugoslavia. Was based on IBM technology. I was the network engineer working for a public statistical office, and I was entitled somehow to make it operational. And our node was established. First, we have to hire a lead line between Belgrade and Dolenc, and this line was really very expensive. I remember that it costed 10,000 Deutschmarks per month, because we have to pay the both sides of the line. I mean, Yugoslav part of the line and also Austrian part of the line. That's something what Daniel mentioned in the beginning, in the introduction. Another problem which we got is how to provide decent modems to operate on such a long line. And we were happy at this moment because Rutherford Laboratory in London replaced their equipment. They bought new modems for their instruction, and they donated those modems to us. So we made our first connection with the donated modems, and we connected Republic Statistical Office and University Computer Center in University on LINX using those Jackal Milgo modems and this line between Belgrade and LINX. Those were really pioneering times. It was very nice.
I remember that you mentioned at one point that you went to LINX to take some kind of a training over there to operate the BitNet connection, and that you came back to Belgrade with the magnetic tapes, the software on magnetic tapes. Is that right? So
maybe I forgot something. I received magnetic tapes from University of UCLA, because I needed a mailer. Originally in IBM distribution, there was no software which could exchange mail over in this environment, in this network environment. And UCLA produced a mailer based on one of the protocols inherited in IBM networking, and those tapes I got, but I think I needed one, or at least 6 months to get this tape, and we got it for free because it was used in academic environment. Those days, people exchanged a lot of information and a lot of software and a lot of experience within between the community, and that's something which forced me to spend my next 35 years of life trying to do something in open networking. The first experience with European Academic and Research Network. Completely new experience and new spirit of working, a new spirit between people, somehow friendly community. Hello?
Tell me, for a person just starting with basically networking at the time, were you finding the community welcoming? Did they support you? Or, I mean, I'm constantly trying to remind myself that at the time, you really couldn't find many people, you know, to refer to. There was no Google, you know, you didn't have many conferences. So how did you go about, you know, educating yourself about, you know, how everything works?
Oh, you have to read a lot. A lot of main information couldn't, I mean, about proprietary software, you are getting all the necessary manuals, and you just have to read them and understand what is going on. On the other hand, when you start to work in this academic community and with email as a tool, you could get very easily information from any person who knows something. He would share his knowledge with you. So it was a very friendly and very cooperative community. And sorry. And I remember my first meeting at Cyprus, 1987. I was sitting 2 days and I didn't understand a word because they are speaking with some abbreviations which has nothing to do with my knowledge which I collected before. But after that I found a few persons who are willing to speak with me and to explain to me everything what was not so clear to me, and they accepted me, and that was very nice period of my profession, maybe the best period of my professional career, of my professional life, working with them.
Thank you very much for this, Miro. Please stay with us. We will get back to you soon. Okay. But I want to move now to ask Wam a couple of questions, because unfortunately, after all these initial successes, we had a war in Yugoslavia. It was pretty bloody and violent, and telecommunications infrastructure was one of the first things that were destroyed. And your initiative, your and Eric Buckland's initiative to form a BBS network to continue the war-torn Yugoslavia was a really amazing project at the time. I see that this spirit now continues. We heard it today about the community organizing for Ukraine, but can you share a bit about your motivation to start this project back in 1992 or even a bit earlier, how it worked, and what are your experiences with it?
Give me sound, thanks. I have to start somewhere. I studied psychology and sociology in the 70s and was looking at these huge computer centers, and people told me what you could do with it. So I was dreaming, imagine you could carry computers around. So I wrote my doctor thesis about the question, imagine computers become small. And imagine what you can do with it when you connect all people in the world and they can communicate with each other. So in the mid-80s, I was coordinator of an international network against acid rain in Europe. And we had quite a problem to communicate with people on the East when I was in the West. If you ever phoned in the mid-80s to Moscow, you needed a night dialing before you had contact. So I came to the conclusion we had to find something to transport more data, more information between groups than only by telephone. So I more or less organized together with Wal Holland, which was from CCC, Chaos Computer Club in Hamburg, we organized something like 30 telefax machines and smuggled them into the East and put it up, the first network of people. The whole thing was always, what can users do with it? How can you? And so we found out this bloody situation in Yugoslavia when you couldn't communicate from one peace group in Zagreb, and here in Ljubljana you had the Peace Institute. They couldn't communicate with each other. You couldn't phone from Zagreb, you couldn't phone to Belgrade. And some people started to make telefax lines over London. So if you were in Zagreb, you send the telefax to London, and from London they send the telefax to Belgrade. And then this group, Bionic, part of this Chaos Computer Club, they said, we have got kind of nice network system called Cerberus, a BBS system. Have you got people in Yugoslavia who want to work with it? And we're not electronic freaks, you know, we were no nerds. We were like...
You were a peace activist.
Peace activists, or environmental activists, whatever.
You were environmental activist before it was cool.
Before it was... No, yeah, I mean, I started in '76 as the cook on the Rainbow Warriors.
So that's what we're, you know, that's with who we're dealing with here.
They told me so, yeah. Anyway, they said, okay, we need somebody in Yugoslavia, in Zagreb at this moment where I went. They asked me in '91 to come to Yugoslavia to train people in non-violent conflict resolution. And bloody thing was, a war started. And what are you doing as an activist, as a peace activist, middle in a war? You're not going on the streets with a sign saying peace. You know, it won't work. They say, here, we have got the most organized peace movement in the world. They all use the same uniforms. Our army is providing the peace. And so the first thing was, we could ask universities and things if they want to provide these possibilities, but we thought, if you are in a war area, you have to be neutral, because we are talking about things which maybe one of the sides don't like so much. So we have to do it ourselves. So we found very old computers, the first PCs, the 368s, and which was just enough to run a program for communication. Then we rented in every place we could find enough houses to have enough telephone lines, because you couldn't ask HPT to give you a telephone, because they didn't have this bloody two telephones on 3 line
party
systems.
Lines. Party lines were the thing.
And there it started. And then we had to find a name. Yeah, and in those days you could only use 8 characters as a host. So I came on the conclusion, all the cars have got like BG, ZG. So we made Zamir, for peace. For peace, ZG, Zagreb. Zamir, BG, Belgrade, and SA was Sarajevo. And the war in Sarajevo started, and suddenly we were the only ones which had contact to Sarajevo outside the UN family. The UN family had huge telediscs and could communicate, but all the people in Sarajevo, they didn't have communication with the outside world. And for one or another reason, we were lucky enough, nights, I mean, you have to imagine I was sitting in Kaltachiva somewhere in a basement and dialing the whole night to a number in Sarajevo in the hope they connect, and then we could pump like 1 megabyte of information through that line. 1 megabyte of information was 1 million characters. It was a lot of text, but I was sitting often for this telephone stream and saw the information arriving in Sarajevo, which was a real fantastic feeling. You knew by every bit you got through this line, this was information to people in its town in seas, under seas.
Let's explain to people how it worked. For instance, if you were a displaced person from Sarajevo in Belgrade, or you lived in Belgrade and had relatives in Sarajevo, and vice versa in other cities as well, you would go to the Center for Anti-War Action in Belgrade, for instance, or the similar center in Zagreb, and write a note, right?
That was one way, but we also had modems where you could dial line in, which was 380 bps or something. So really basic, and not too much. And so they could contact us. But if you live in Belgrade and you want to contact somebody in Sarajevo, you contacted Samir BG, so Samir Belgrade, and they phoned 3 times a day to Bionic in Bielefeld and exchanged the materials. And we from Zagreb phoned 3 times a day to Bionic as well and collected our materials, and we transferred it further on to Sarajevo. For example, I don't know how many people know Yugoslavia a bit, but in Western Slavonia there is a town called Pakrac, and the line, say the difference, went straight to the town. And we worked on both sides of the line. As peace activists, we tried to do social reconstruction this place. And we wanted to hook up the children on the one side of the line to the children on the other side, because they used to be on the same school, but they couldn't connect, they couldn't talk with each other for almost 2 years. And the minefield in between was something like 500 meters. So you had to really shout very loud to get over this field. So we had a host in Pakrac on the school. There the children wrote their letters. And this was sent from the host in Pakrac to the host in Zagreb. From the host in Zagreb, it went to the host in Bielefeld. From Bielefeld, it went to Belgrade. And from Belgrade to Banja Luka, and from Banja Luka to the southern part of Pakrac, which took about 24 hours, and we thought this was crazy. This was lightning, it was Blitz. Blitz later on became a fully different thing in that area.
And tell me, I know that due to constant shelling, the infrastructure in Sarajevo was also destroyed. So how were the messages transmitted in Sarajevo locally?
There were two possibilities, because this thing, first of all, we had to have the network 24 hours online, which was in the town on the seas not so easy. Half of the time the telephones didn't work, and other half of the time the electricity didn't work. And the possibility that both worked at the same time was maybe 3 times a week. So we have to find people. I started to write diary the first day that I arrived. I had children, and I wanted to write them what their father was doing in Yugoslavia. And for one and another reason, these diaries ended up at CERN. In CERN in Switzerland, there was an awful lot of Yugoslavs working. And my diary was the first diary, or the first block, you would say today, which came out of a war zone, where somebody was working with a kind of small, nowadays you would say carrying top. You couldn't call it a laptop, it was really a few kilos, through this area, and connected his modem in places where a bomb destroyed everything and there was only wire coming out of the bottom, and I had to find the 2 wires to hook my modem. So in Sarajevo, we got a solar power system from the University of Aachen. And from Vienna helped us, and people in New York helped us to make also systems that we could work 24 hours a day. And from our, Also, our solar powers has been hit a few times, so we had to bring them in all the time. And most of the time, the UN didn't want to transport those things. You know, they said, computers, people don't need computers to stay alive. And we said, people need computers to communicate and to tell what they need. So
contrast this to today's Elon Musk's initiative. In the first days of the war, he said, people need to communicate. Actually,
and then a strange guy. I never heard about him, but for one or another reason, my diary was somewhere in. I got such nice emails back from Secretary Goff, so from the President of the United States, telling me they want to help, what I'm doing there. And then a guy came called Žorž, and he said, what the heck? If the UN don't want to transport
I'll
your
give you
system,
the money.
I will buy an airplane and fly to Sarajevo. And he done that, really practical. I wrote a story saying we need materials for people which has what you call it, diabetes, and they need to have these materials. And the town was on the seas, and there was 50,000 diabetes patients in Sarajevo. We couldn't get materials, medicals in. So I wrote such a story like, imagine there's a lot of companies in the world who has done so many wrong things, chemical companies. Maybe they want to donate medicines. And imagine there's pilots who, out in America, which have been flying helicopters over Vietnam and want to do something real good. Let's come them to Yugoslavia and fly helicopters into Sarajevo. And imagine we have a helicopter. And it was a dream. But the dream became real within 5 days. And this was the funny thing when you started to imagine what it meant to be in that area and to say this and this and this is possible.
And see this power of communications as well.
And one of the biggest things in Sarajevo was the Pony Express. The Pony Express being, we got the messages on it was here, the picture you shown, it was the telecommunication, the post. In Sarajevo, we had a place in the basement. On top, we had later on a satellite dish paid by Žorž. This is this fantastic thing where on our office stood this nice sentence, "Ova je velika srpska," and under it stood "Idiota, ova je posta." Everybody understood the joke? That was our office. And so people from America sent messages to Sarajevo, we printed it, and the Pony Express delivered it. So every day about 50 people run through Sarajevo delivering messages to people which maybe were there where they used to live, or there was a sign there where they went through. This I later on also made after Kosovo, because
there was a continuation. Unfortunately. Thank you for this story. It's an amazing story, and
I can go on for hours. You know? Don't worry.
It's an amazing and underreported story, and I'm really glad that you.
Add also the technical parts, but this is not so important.
No, I mean this people part is much important, much more important, I think. I'd like to turn to you now, Željko, because as we saw in the presentation, Montenegro was, Jelena mentioned this digital divide. Yes. And Montenegro was, usually on the wrong side of it. So, and you were the first one who actually brought internet to Montenegro. So please tell us how you did it. And what were the challenges associated with this?
Coming from smallest and most probably least developed republic of former Yugoslavia, we came to internet quite late. Actually, first internet packets, internet traffic came to university at the second half of 94 by connecting to University of Belgrade using already mentioned JUPAK and TCP/IP stack over X25. But there was no much traffic, and actually there was no connections in Montenegro up to August 1997, when a private company, and most probably with political decision, former Telecom and the government entered the joint venture with private company. Private company made a connection to Belgrade, one small internet provider in Belgrade, using private lines, not using X25, but using private dedicated line to Belgrade on 64 kilobits. And a couple of months later, due to some political reasons and increased capacity requests, Internet Crna Gora established satellite link to the United States. At the same time, I managed to obtain set of IP addresses and AS number, as it was requested by Orion satellite to have connectivity, but it was the first addresses dedicated to Montenegro. University got some, when they connected in 1994, they got some subset of addresses allocated initially to Belgrade University, but these addresses were the first on Montenegrin.
I have to ask you one thing, which really struck me. In what was left of Yugoslavia, it was called the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, and it was Serbia and Montenegro. It was a country under sanctions, really harsh sanctions. And there was a huge inflation in 1993. Back then, there were no possibilities of trading with abroad, and the economic situation was quite dire. Apart from everything, you know, the war that was happening around us. And at that moment, you had people who were, I would say, you know, crazy enough, like your partner in Gamma in Belgrade, and yourself, I would say, to think that you can make a private enterprise, you know, to begin with, and then on top of it, deal with internet. So, I mean, please explain it to me. You know,
it was actually, it was private initiative coming from one person, one of professor from Montenegrin University. He'd been in United States, then in Russia. There he meet one of, we could say now, entrepreneurs, and he found, yeah, we could try to invest in internet in Montenegro. Internet is huge thing, we can find something, let's try. And when they presented that idea to Montenegrin Telecom and Montenegrin government, they didn't been so enthusiastic to invest, but they somehow decide to join the joint venture. So Internet Crna Gora, as a private company, started with 25% actions, 25% part of company between the telecom and government. The telecom was owned by government, so it was just political decision. We are going 10% to government and 15% to telecom. That's our 25% in company, and the other 75% were privately owned capital.
It is really amazing to me, you know, to note that apart from the academic community that actually spearheaded this internet initiative in former Yugoslavia, the first ISPs were actually, you know, like private initiatives. They were not, you know, telecoms were not the first one who initiated ISPs. They were the laggards, you know. You needed, even academic community needed to, you know, beg telecoms to, you know, provide them with lines, you know, upgrade them to digital, you know, get a bigger bandwidth. And, you know, they had this, they joined the party really much later.
Yes, actually, as I said, telecom infrastructure in Montenegro when war in ex-Yugoslavia ended was in pretty low level of technology. So they decided instead of going to internet, instead of going to data networks and everything, they needed first to invest a lot of money, and it happened, and it really helped to everyone. They invested in the digitalization of telecommunication network to provide, to increase the capacity of wired network. They started with optical networks, and they somehow thought that data networks are not so critical, not so, maybe even not so interesting for them. They still had the X25 network working. They had extremely good pricing for them, extremely high pricing on dedicated lines, so they didn't see need for investing in data network, investing in internet. But that political decision made them they had to go into, even if they didn't want to.
Yeah, Daniel wants to add something.
Yeah, what I said before. He's waking up, thank you.
Is the mic on?
Oh yeah. Hello, it's this one, yeah. Well, as I said, there were no monopolies. They didn't need to do anything. and the whole, at least I can speak for the telecoms I know from sort of Northern Europe, they saw it as an attack. Because one of the things I didn't mention is that the technology, as Darko has said, it's easy to connect things. And there needs to be no central authority. Yeah. So the whole thinking was central authority. And all the intelligence is in the network, not in the things that are connected. Whereas the internet is the exact opposite, where there is no hierarchy, and the intelligence is in the network, and is in the hosts, and the network is pretty dumb, so you can easily connect it. So it's no surprise that the incumbent telecommunications were not really enthusiastic, because they saw it as a danger, and it was a danger, because then when the monopolies fell, they had a hard part, and so they regrouped and started buying the ISPs. They went from stamp them out, basically said, okay, they're viable business, so we buy them, and that's where we are today. Sorry.
Yes, and sorry. Actually, Montenegrin Telecom, as incumbent telecom, somehow lost their monopoly, because year before Internet Crna as ISP started, they didn't see investment opportunity as it happened. So first, mobile network was also outside of incumbent telecom. Quite strange, quite rare, especially in Europe, but first mobile network was not part of incumbent telecom. So happening with internet gave them the chance, okay, let's focus on establishing mobile network first. And they moved internet and data networks aside, happily for us.
And tell me, I mean, we mostly covered, a prehistory and early days of the internet, but you also moved forward and participated in setting up the Montenegrin TLD, and you today run the IXP in Montenegro as well.
I'm running half of time, part-time running IXP and part-time running with .me registry. In 2006, there was a referendum. Montenegro voted for independence, and a year later, International Standardization Organization established the codes for country. Two-letter code became .me.
Luckily.
Lucky us. They simply followed the rules. The rules were nobody knows the rules except them. Rules was from English name of country, Montenegro. We are using two letters, first available two letters. MO was Monaco, MN was Mongolia, MT was Malta, ME became for Montenegro. And we got lucky. Also, and at that time, government take a lot of look how to work at it, and with some very good initiative from our friends, they found that .me could be economically viable in the whole world, and they decided to open registration for whole world, not only for Montenegrins, and the rest is
history.
The rest is rolling down.
Okay, so we spoke a lot. I will now open floor for your questions. I'm sure that you might have some. And also if we have some questions online, either for the guys here or Mira online.
We brought everyone to death.
Vesna.
Thank you. I have a question to VAM. I did post it online too. From your experience with Zamir, and can you make a parallel between the Zamir's history and what is happening today with the war with the internet in Ukraine because of the war, and with the internet in Russia because of their government policies and sanctions? Thank you.
That's not the only thing which is almost similar. Yes. Some of the things where I'm not a computer specialist, you know. I'm just an ordinary guy which likes that people can communicate with each other. And since the internet is quite national controlled, one of the things we were thinking of was to establish a hookup possibilities. When we were working with groups in Eastern Europe before '89, we always imagined that when we were using modems, somebody of the secret police was listening to it and hear this fantastic noise over his headphone and had headaches for quite some time. So on this moment, I will not tell you where they are standing, but we have got modems standing in Russia, and the first modems are working in Ukraine. This was more technical thing because some places in the Ukraine has got telephone but no internet. Internet in parts of Ukraine is gone. So we use these old modems which everybody throw away because you don't need them anymore, these telephone modems, and brought 50 of them to the Ukraine 2 weeks ago. And about 14 of them are in use at the moment. So I've been to Kiev and to some other places and hooked them up and told people how to use it, because they're not used to simple technology anymore. They all use that their computer is hooked to their telephone, or by WLAN, by LAN is hooked, and they don't know anymore that you have what's happening with dial-up.
They want us to turn it on and then it just works.
Yeah, and it's not working. I mean, you should not fancy video films when you're using dial-up networks. And you should say, use ASCII codes. 255 signs is more than enough to get your message through. So anyway, I'm still somebody who writes more on the internet than sending pictures, because I know how difficult it is to get materials in '94 to your country. You know, this was incredible to get materials there. And yes, the similarity is there. We're using old technology, and it works. Not yet brilliant, but It's common. And I think this is one of the things, as a peace activist, I try not to take sides. I try, how stupid it may sound sometimes, I try to be neutral, and I try to imagine that when people talk with each other, and that's the internet, you know, this fantastic thing, what the internet can do is hooking up people. And what we have seen in the last 10 years is that people don't communicate anymore, they're fighting. The internet is a war zone for a lot of people. And that started in 91 on social cultural Yugoslavia, which was a real war zone and is now also happening. And so I'm developing more other kind of techniques called online non-violent communication. How can you break down stupid discussions? Thank you.
Des. Hold on a sec.
Technology.
It works? No?
Modern communication.
Thank you for sharing all these stories. I also recall coming to Belgrade in 1994 at the time when I was working for Demon Internet to set up one of the lease lines, direct ones, and we know that it was very expensive at the time, and B92 had a 28 kilobits line to Access for All and Dutch embassy, which saved people getting sane information in the country at the time. But my question is really, was there any moment that in Croatia or in Slovenia, when was this element when you couldn't really deal with the amount of internet users you had on the network? And what did you do to build your capacities? And at that time, I think we heard from Željko, there was a private ISP formed, but I would really like to know when was the breaking point or the choking point where you had so many users that you needed to fix the problem. Thank you.
Marko?
Well, as daily usage of the lines, either telephone lines or internet lines, they fluctuate up and down. And you don't really want lines to be at 100%, because if it's on 100%, it means either the delays are going to be bigger, or in case of telephone lines, people will not get the answer on the other side for the dial-up line. So we monitored the state of the lines, and at some time we ordered new capacities. That's how it worked. That's how that's how still, I believe, works to this day.
Do you want to add something, Željko, maybe?
Yes, we had overload on all lines, and it coincides with lower tariff with telecom. Our telecom, and I think most telecom in ex-Yugoslavia, had lower tariff from like 9 to 5 in the morning, and at 9:10 it was almost impossible to get free modem to answer. All lines were busy. That's when we try to offload some traffic by installing point of presence in other cities in Montenegro, which unfortunately leads to customers calling smaller cities, as they also had 8 or 16 lines, but with increased intercity costs. So it was like almost 5 years until incumbent telecom established E1 lines, so we could start with collecting on lines and establish simple single tariff for all calls toward internet dial-in numbers.
You wanted to add something, Lon?
Yeah, all our nodes were always overcrowded. I mean, we had over 2,000 users only in Sarajevo, which was this was the funniest thing. What happened? Bosnia and Croatia were more users of the internet than in Germany in 1992. There were more people using emails, and one of our most funniest nodes was in Pristina, and that one was completely overworked, and not by men. We started a project called the Digital Witches, which we learned women how to use the internet. And now you had this typical situation in Kosovo that the man sits in the coffee bar and discussed the world problems and solved them all. And the women were not allowed there, but the women came together and sat on small laptops, communicating with the world and getting things done from which the men were dreaming that they were doing it. And it was kind of a fantastic experience that women of 60 years old or 70 years old, which is rather old in Kosovo, we're mailing, we're sending emails, and that in 94. You mean that was further than most of the emancipation in other countries in electronic mail was going. And that in one of the parts of Yugoslavia where you never expected that it would have worked.
And of course, shout out to one of the digital witches, Vesna Manojlovic, here in the audience. One of the originals. Okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue. So I propose we take another round of my questions. I would like to start with Mira Tasic, if she's still with us.
Yes, I am.
You are? Okay. So,
and
Mira,
again, please say to people to mute their mic.
Okay, so I want to ask you one question. What was the one maybe thing that you learned or thing that you carry from the period that we are talking about that you think is still relevant today, or some mistake that you made that you think that we shouldn't make looking forward in developing the new internet?
I'm not sure that I understood the question. I think I was doing the best I could. So my conscience was silent concerning my professional life. I'm really confused with your question. Will you speak it in, or rephrase it a little bit?
Could you please help me with this? Because I don't see her and I can hardly hear her.
No, there is a question from the chat, so I'm going to read the question.
But
it's different than.
No. Okay. I will try again. So, Miro, any lessons you have for us out of your big career? You know, do you have any advice for us? How not to screw the internet in the future?
What to do with the internet in the future?
How not to break it in the future?
Oh, I was always willing to cooperate, and I think people would do things in a good faith and share the knowledge between people. If something is wrong with this voice in the room, because I'm hearing myself. Sorry.
Could you try again?
My next. Let me ask people to mute their mic in the room, please. Now maybe we shall, yeah.
I'm sorry, we are having some technical difficulties, so we might start. We might get back to you later. But you have some another question from the audience, right? Okay.
Okay, this is a question for Rihanna. You've spoke about how important it was for you to experience the open and approachable communities when you first joined academic networks and start communicating with peers over email. With the internet now almost everywhere and in the West dominated by big five corporations, what is your perspective on internet communications, and are there any lessons from those early networks that you could learn from now?
Thanks. It's a great question, and I want to pose this question to all of you actually, to reflect on the current state of the internet and, what would you advise us in the future? So let's start with, should we start with Darko?
Well, I do have some ideas regarding internet as I saw it from the beginning and I see it today. And one of my sentences is that a couple of years ago, I think we were in the best time of the internet, which means that this best time already passed. Which means that in the beginning, there were a lot of freedom on the internet, but there were no really lot of content. So content grew, customers grew, people get connected, everything went up. But in the same time, the problems that arose with this multiplied, and the government started to take closer look and scrutiny regarding internet. Not only internet, about the social networks and the internet-based media and whatever. So the regulation started. So we are now in the post the best time era, which means that the regulation is getting more and stronger. And now the amount of the quantity of information is so big that it's really hard to filter what is important, what is not important, what is garbage, what is gold. So, but that's how internet was actually meant to be. So in the beginning, we knew that people will eventually get connected, well, at least I. But regarding internet itself, I also knew that we will not be that important, because who now today talks about the electricians, about the plumbers who provide the water. So internet is just an infrastructure, somehow that we all feel that it's here, it's working good, and nobody sends thank you to his ISP. But if things are not working, then we all pick up phones and yell to the person on the other side, or the robot, or to the music, because we can't get the live operator. That's how it is. That's the today's state of affair. And of course, younger generations don't even understand what does that mean that there were no internet. What do you mean there were no internet?
Well, it works. I would say that internet will evolve. You will get faster links, more content, more demanding content, more users. Users will learn over the time how to use internet, I hope, in a more productive way, not just wasting time on Facebook or whatever they are using nowadays. But I don't have any worries that internet will break or die in the future, because it's something we all use, we all need, and I believe it has a bright future, especially now with the development in technology. We can see faster links becoming available almost every year. So I'm optimistic.
So you don't think that the internet will break, that some catastrophe or some, major war or something like that will cause the internet to, split?
No, I don't think it will break or split, because technology is really resistant. It can find around breaking points. We have seen that at 9/11 in New York, when a lot of telephone exchanges were broken and mobile phones were not working, but the internet continued to work. Although some lines were maybe more saturated, but still, it worked.
And the network is, that connects everybody is more valuable than, separate networks, right?
Yeah.
That's the experience that we had in the 80s. What do you think, Jelko?
In my opinion, all of us as a technical community already made internet quite resilient, quite stable, but we have to work, or someone else have to work with content creator to drastically decrease the number of fake news. We have to make everything on the internet as valid as possible. Internet will stay.
I always loved the story that the internet was actually made for nuclear war, to fire bombs, and when a part would disappear, when a bomb was full, then the packages would find another way, which is quite a funny thing if you start to understand that this was military technology, and somehow it developed itself into peace technology for a part. But I think we made a big mistake somewhere during the 0 years of opening up the internet too fast to too many people which were not aware of what was happening. I mean, there was a fantastic time in the internet when commercials were forbidden. If somebody would put a commercial on the internet, they were completely bombed by emails and the whole host didn't work. What you say, fake news, we have seen in the last 3 years how desperate this is. That we have got, I mean, as a sociologist, you start to understand, you see that there is a whole part of the people in the internet which believes in a completely different reality as I do, although we live next door. They are living, I'm living in Germany, yeah, in a forest. 5 houses, 10 people, 10 kilometers away from everything, and my internet connection is a satellite, and I can receive almost everything except from videos, which saved me the last 2 years of not looking at dozens, hundreds of stupid YouTube videos which people send me links because they may be interesting for me to look at. But now it's getting harder, because since 6 weeks they are digging from the town, which is 10 kilometers away. 10 Romas from Bulgaria are digging a line to our village. We are getting glass fiber cable, and my argument, I'm not able to look at your YouTube video, won't work in the future. But I love the situation that it's 10 Romas from very small villages somewhere in Bulgaria, which are with a spade bringing us the newest technology. And they're really Romas, because I offered them once coffee and now they're coming 3 times a day to ask for coffee.
Okay.
And this is, I mean, the internet will survive one way or another. It is a system, but we have to start on school level, on lower level, to make people aware that everything which is on the internet don't necessarily have to be true. That it's also half of the things are nonsense. It's like with email, that the amount of spam inside of email is about 1,000 times more than the real contents. And these are things which hasn't got anything to do with techniques. Mm-hmm. It has to do with human resources. Humans have to take care about the news on the internet. Humans have to, we called it something like information teachers, how to work with the internet. Not technically how you connect to it, but how you work with the data which you can find. Because the internet is like the Bible. You can find in the internet everything you want to believe. Yeah.
Of course, if we've become digital, we need to be digital literate as well.
Yeah.
Thank you. Before giving floor to Daniel, I'd like to see if Mira is still with us.
Yes, I'm still with you.
So, Miro, please tell us what are your hopes for the future of the internet?
I'm sure that the internet will survive. I devoted 30 years of my life trying to help something, to do something which will improve the internet, and I'm very confident that internet as infrastructure will survive. On the other hand, we are living in very turbulent times, and the societies will change. Although from the beginning of the internet till now, we passed a few changes in these societies, and the people should adopt to this and should find the right responses to the things which are not good, and to find the different tools and approaches to the things which should be somehow not sanctioned, but somehow explained to the ordinary users. So we need a lot of education of the ordinary users. That's a very important thing, to see how to use the internet. I got the question, what I think about this monopoly of the big tech companies. That big tech companies exist in one part of the world. Maybe the other big tech companies could also develop and give the different approach to the internet. So this is just the eternal fight between good and evil, and in every society you have this. Internet is just one way to express us and to exchange information and to find the best way how to use it. Although always will be the dark side of the internet, and whatever you have in a real life, you have this in the internet. And we have to cope and live with it. That's my opinion, and I'm very confident that the internet will survive.
Okay, thank you, Miro. Thank you very much, and sorry about the technical difficulties we had. I'd like to finish with Daniel, so please.
Okay, maybe I use this microphone. And I realize I'm between you and the end of the session, so I'll be short. I totally agree with what Bam and what Mirja said about the human side. But this is a gathering of technicians, so I'd like to bring it back to technology. And if there's one thing that I think we should be doing is to decentralize more, to not continue the trend of centralizing everything. Why do we need internet exchanges that run sort of on the order of 10 gigabits a second? Why is the internet topology becoming more and more hierarchical? Why is it that we all use huge companies like Google and Meta to do stuff on the internet? We should really think about it as designers, as technologists, when we have to make all the small decisions, not really the big decisions, but all those small decisions. Can we do this in a less centralistic way? It will help with very many things, and I'll just name a few. If you have a war, like we now experience, people, the technicians, the bit pushers really have to do a lot of work to splice stuff together again. But as Vom has said, the technology can actually work around breakage if you deploy it right. If you don't do it centralistic, if you have a mesh kind of thing. So it can help with that. If we don't centralize all our applications, if we don't use just one search engine, which can control our thoughts. I mean, think about George Orwell, 1984. It's there. Yeah, they don't have to change the newspapers. You control Google. You control what people find. Yeah. So I think we should all, if we make, as technologists, if we make decisions, think in a more decentralized way. And I don't mean that aggressively or something. You know, I just think that our thinking should be less centralized.
Thank you, Daniel. It was an amazing session. I mean, here at the panel we had people who really created the future 30 years ago. They established first internet links. They brought us RIPE. They established first BBSs, first ISPs, internet exchange networks. They risked their lives and connected blue and white lines in the basements under fire. And they still continue to do this and get back to the community. And it was really an honor for me to have this chance to talk with all these guys and moderate these sessions. So please give us a wonderful and a big round of applause for Mirjam and the guys here. Okay, so are we done with today?
I don't know. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Stop. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for this beautiful session. I still have one announcement to do. So there is a social event at the Ljubljana Castle. 7:45. The buses go from the hotel, or you could take a nice walk through the city to the funicular, where Alex will wait for you and sort out things with the funicular to go up to the castle. And that's it. Thank you, everybody, and see everybody at the social event. Bring badges and then that card for the dinner. Okay, thank you.